The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome in, BetMGM Tonight here on a Wednesday. Westwood One Sports. I'm PJ Glasser. That is Gabe Ramirez, and we are with you for the next 5 hours talking plenty of NFL, Major League Baseball, little college football. We're going to have one great guest join us, Sean Hammond, to talk some Chicago Bears. We'll play a little sports Jeopardy, hot or cold, and we'll have a lot of fun here on Westwood One Sports. As always, you can watch and listen the show on Twitch and on YouTube. Just search at BetMGM Tonight. And you can also give us a call if you want to chime in or if you want to text 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. We'll get in a lot of great topics if you want to talk and chop it up with Gabe and I here over the next 5 hours. But Gabe, before we started, man, behind the scenes, we were talking and we're like, man, we haven't seen each other in a while. It's great to catch up. So how's everything been going for you?
Life's been great. You know what I mean? Just out here winning bets, losing bets, winning bets, losing bets, just kind of, like most people ending up right there in that space and hoping that, today, not only do we, create some winners, right? But we win some other people some money as well with some of these good takes we got today. How are you feeling over there?
Man, I'm feeling good, Gabe. I'm feeling good. I'm ready to talk some NFC North with you. I'm glad I got a Chicago guy in the house. You know that division very well, so excited to talk that with you. Talk plenty of baseball. I'm excited for Sports Jeopardy, Gabe, later on in the show. I got to be honest with you. I'm a big trivia guy. I'm interested to see what questions Brandon got cooked up for us. I do got to ask you, though, I see on your Twitter profile, and go follow Gabe on X, at Gabe Ramirez. I'm at PJ Glasser9. You do some stuff with the Chicago Fire, so I'm sure you were locked into the World Cup this summer, I would think.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh man. Did you have any money on Spain?
The World Cup was unlike anything I've ever experienced in terms of what my account looked like. And I was talking about this with the guys. Brandon knows, Mike knows. Like, paying the juice was the play during the World Cup. Like, if you knew a team was going to win, because you had to factor in the draw, so you're getting good odds anyway. But if it was juice to 120, 130, 160, pay the juice if you knew they were going to win and just go a couple bigger units than you would normally would. And that was a good run during the World Cup. No doubt about that.
What was your favorite game looking back? Because that tournament was so freaking good, game. I mean, we got so many bangers, whether it was England, Mexico at Azteca, whether it was Argentina, Cape Verde, Argentina, Egypt was good. Every Argentina game, it felt like, was an instant class. I mean, you had so many good ones, but now that you look back, it's been like, 2.5 weeks since the tournament's ended. What do you think was your favorite game of the tournament?
I think it's going to be another Argentina game. I think it was Ghana where they were down like 2-0 or something like
Egypt.
that.
Egypt.
Or Egypt? I think it was one a little bit before that. It was even before that. It might have been in the group stages. They were down and they ended up coming back and winning. So yeah, it was just the magic of Messi. Yeah. Right? I think, you're watching that and really listen, for the average American that looks at soccer and says, listen, it's 1 goal, 1-0, that doesn't excite me. Well, when you get a guy on the pitch that is capable of scoring that goal and does, right, every single game or contributes to that, you're watching greatness, right? In a sport where that doesn't happen often, to have someone that makes it happen when he plays, that's something cool to watch. And so I think we had an opportunity to see that. And that was fun. But what was your overall take from the World Cup after watching the whole thing?
Man, I loved it. I think March Madness and the World Cup are the two greatest sporting events that we have. I am one of those soccer casuals, Gabe, where every 2 years, like the Euros, I'll turn in, but the World Cup and just having it in the States. I was fortunate enough to go to a game in Philly. I drove up from DC.
No way.
I saw Curacao and Ivory Coast was the game that I went to. So to be able to experience that was a ton of fun. And then again, man, just like having games on all day and just most of them being so good and so electric, and to watch Messi and Ronaldo and Modric and Mbappe, and all these legends just, go at it was a ton of fun. And I miss it. I miss it dearly.
Yeah,
So it's
I,
kind of
I
nice
think
talking about it again.
yeah, no. Listen, and PJ, I try to, as like the MLS is picking back up, and you mentioned, European teams, their season
Yep.
is about to begin soon. I want to remind, American fans when they're looking at soccer, the same way that Caleb Williams, and I'll use that because I'm a Bears fan, that Caleb Williams can drive down the field, right? And within that drive, there's a nice catch by Luther Burden, right? A nice run by DeAndre Swift for 12 yards. Didn't result in a touchdown, but you can appreciate the block or the pass play that happened there on 3rd and 6 to set you up. And they might miss the field goal, right? So you might not get points out of that. But within the drive, there was beauty. And as a football fan, those are things that you enjoy about the game. And when you're watching soccer, although it might be 1-0, 2-0, there are beautiful things that happen within that drive to set up that missed shot attempt that exists, whether it's a pass ball, a shot into the, or excuse me, a pass into the box, a dribble away from someone. There are moments, and I think that's where people find the joy, but it is the passion for their own country, right, PJ? I think that's what
Oh
you see
yeah.
more so than anything else. That really just that sucks you in, because look at these people, they love this. Oh my God, this is incredible. They're living on every breath of what's happening right now.
It's truly like when you have a big NFL game, and Jim Nantz will come on or Mike Tirico will come on when it's like Sunday Night Football or it's a playoff game, and it's like the whole world is watching. And it's like, yeah, the whole US is watching and a lot of the world, but the World Cup, it's like truly the entire world is watching. Like,
Literally.
the people in Cabo Verde are watching, right? And the
Yes.
Republic, in of Congo and
Yes.
Portugal are watching and all this stuff. So, we were playing Australia, and to see them all come over and go to these games, it was very, very cool. So
Yeah.
that was great to experience. That was great to have during the summer months. And it took us through a lot of those dog days. It was World Cup, it was baseball, it was NBA free agency. And of course, now we have NFL as camp is starting. We get the Hall of Fame game tomorrow between Panthers and Cardinals.
Amazing.
And we've had some big news today. We had some big news that just happened a little bit ago, but we'll start in Washington with the Commanders signing Stephon Diggs to a 1-year, $12 million deal. It looked like maybe early on in the offseason, Gabe, they were going to go after Brandon Ayuk with how all that's been going on in San Francisco, and Ayuk and Jaden Daniels used to play college ball together in Arizona State. But with what he's done on social media and kind of just ruining that chance for him, Washington had to pivot to a different direction. They end up signing Diggs. So what is your thoughts on the signing for the Commanders?
Listen, again, and I'll reference this often. As a Bears fan, obviously I don't like it, right? Giving Jane Daniels another weapon. But if I'm looking at it, in a funnel, you really do see that it's mutually beneficial, right, for everyone involved. You're looking at Stephon Diggs. He finds a home with a quarterback where, despite the fact that Scary Terry's there, Stephon's gonna be able to come in and be a weapon, right, and be an alpha in that room. And when it comes to Jaden Daniels, he's gonna want something like that, right? The wily veteran that you can lean on in those situations where Terry can go up the middle and be that guy, but Stephon's gonna be your scapegoat in those situations. 1 year. So when you're thinking that's from a personal level, from an organizational level, 1-year deal, $12 million. They're giving those out like hotcakes nowadays in the NFL. So the fact that you get to have a flyer on Stephon Diggs, you saw what it did to the Patriots in last year, and obviously, what went on in that organization. If you can duplicate some of that success, with the Commanders, who are looking to bounce back themselves, it says to your organization, to your fan base, that you guys are serious about competing by bringing in talent, and to your team, right, that you're willing to bring in guys that can, help you win in a season that you feel like maybe your window is opening. When you see it, PJ, do you see it as a sign of desperation from the Commanders, or do you see it as a savvy move by a team trying to get a little further than they have in years past?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think they understand what a big year this is for the organization, but also at the same time, I think they got better, right? Terry McLaurin's the clear number one receiver on that roster. But Gabe, they were going to go into the season with like Luke McCaffrey being there too. Maybe the rookie out of Clemson, Antonio Williams, was going to be there too. So they clearly needed somebody on the other side of McLaurin. We know Diggs is well past his prime. He's not what he was in his heyday in Minnesota or in Buffalo. But look, he can still be like a good red zone target. He can still be a good possession receiver, guy you can throw to on third down, those sorts of things. And I mean, you look at 2 years ago, Gabe, like when Washington made the NFC Championship game, their receiving core, it was McLaurin, it was De'Ami Brown, it was Olamide Zaccheaus, it was the corpse of Zach Ertz and Austin Eckler. You know what I mean? Like he was throwing to a bunch of scrubs outside of Terry. Right. So the fact that you at least give him like another guy that has shown he can do it a little bit in the league, I think if you're a Commanders fan, like, yeah, you got to be happy, right? Your team got better. It's no like earth-shattering move. Like this doesn't make me like the Commanders anymore or like them any less. But I think it definitely does help their offense more than it hurts their offense. But as we know, Gabe, with all these NFL teams, but especially with Washington, like they need Jaden to stay healthy. For so many years, Tua, I think, was the biggest question mark going into the season at the quarterback position of would he stay healthy, right? That was always the guy. You would always look at the Dolphins and you'd be like, how many games is Tua playing? And the answer was like, none of us know. And I think going into this season, it's like Burrow, Jaden Daniels, right? Like these are the guys that we're just like waiting to see. Can they play 16, 17 games? So at the end of the day, it's a good signing, but it really all depends on the health of number 5.
Yeah, and then Dan Quinn's looking at the situation himself also, right, and saying, hey, can you give me some help over here? Right? Yeah. Can you give me some weapons? I don't care. And at this point in the season, nothing's materialized. So, Stephon Diggs is out there chilling, and I can give him a 1-year deal, not a 2-year deal, a 1-year deal for $12 million. Absolutely have zero problem giving him those dollars. And, again, when you're talking about the fan base, right? We know how it is. When you're salivating and you feel as though the NFL is wide open, as it has seems as so in the last couple of years, and that if you can just tweak everything correctly, then you can find yourself as the Seattle Seahawks, right, in those situations. And so I think people feel that way and feel confident about what is happening in the next 2 to 3 years, right? And especially if you have a Jaden Daniels. You mentioned Tua, his accuracy is similar to he, right? Where he is, when you mentioned those receivers that you had, Jaden Daniels was getting rid of the ball quickly in those years, right? In those first couple of years. You're looking at his completion percentage, you're looking at ball release from snap. Those things were always on par. It was putting it together. It was health, things that you mentioned, right? What can you keep up with? But again, when you get more sure-handed guys, it gives them an opportunity to maybe be a little bit more creative, right? Trusting his receivers a little bit more to do things. He's going to have 2 guys, Pro Bowlers, that are going to be able to fit that bill. And, I'm sure if you're looking at Cowboys fans, Eagles fans, they don't love the move. And when teams in your division dislike something you're doing, that means you're doing something right.
Yeah, well said. It's going to be interesting. Their win totals at 7.5 this season for the Commanders. Just gut reaction. I throw out that number to you: 7.5 wins for Washington this season. Would you go over or under on that?
My gut reaction is over, right? But then again, the assumption is that Jaden Daniels is healthy for the extent of the season, which that I don't know if I can account for. But even still, I look at the team and I'm like, still a good team, still going to be well coached. And in the NFL, margins are slim, and you can follow. What do you think when you think 7.5? You read it. Gut reaction before you asked me, or while you were asking me, what was going through your mind?
My gut reaction is I think that's a perfect number. I think they're a 7 or 8 win football team. Like I really do, and I don't mean it to be a cop out, but I truly just, like there are some teams I look at their win total and I'm like 7.5. I kind of think that could be a double-digit win team this year. Or I'm like 8.5. I kind of think maybe they could win like 6 games this year. Washington, like I feel like that is a 7 or 8 win football team. I think that is appropriately priced. So I am not betting anything associated with Washington this year, but I think that win total is pretty spot on there at 7.5. And yeah, like we've been talking about, all comes down to the health of Jaden Daniels. So Stephon Diggs, Gabe, was the news we had earlier today. Then we got news about an hour ago. Adam Schefter and others reporting Aaron Donald went to work out today with the Los Angeles Rams. He wanted to do a workout in a football helmet, and even though he didn't have pads on, he used Rams team equipment at the facility during training camp, requiring the Rams to report his activity to the NFL. We kind of all speculated this when they made the trade for Myles Garrett, going all in, the prohibitive favorites to win the Super Bowl. Aaron Donald retired at an early age where, I mean, when he retired, he was still at the peak of his game. He's still one of the best players in the NFL. There's no doubt in all of our minds, like when he comes back, if he does, he's still going to be a heck of a player. So what do you think, Gabe? Are we going to see Aaron Donald on the field for the Rams this year?
Yes. Aaron Donald will suit up at some point throughout the season for the Los Angeles Rams. Why? Why not? Right? If you're Aaron Donald and you left at a point when you felt like you were fulfilled, right? And all of a sudden, a team that you might have potentially thought was going to find themselves on the decline over the course of the next several seasons. Now you found that Matthew Stafford's still there and playing at an MVP level. And you get Myles Garrett along with your wide receiver group. Like, you're like, all I got to do is, like, I don't even got to be the man. I don't got to even have all the double teams. I might get one-on-one coverage on the line. Like, okay, sign me up. And because me and my coach, Sean McVay, are boys, I could come in at week 8, 9, no problem. Like, I could come late to school because I know the teacher and me and him are boys. Like, that's what we're seeing right now in real time. And will they need him in week 1 through 4? No, they won't. And if they're 4-4 after the first 8 weeks, then so be it. Because I'm sure that entire team that has proven that they could win a Super Bowl understands that it matters what's happening as they're entering into the playoffs. And so, yeah, I think he'll be there. What do you think?
I agree with you, man. I think he's going to be out there. I mean, how could you not want the chance to play alongside Myles Garrett, right? Like everything you said, it would have taken a lot probably for him to come back, but he looks at the offense. He looks at the fact that Stafford just won MVP. He looks at, they traded for Myles Garrett. They went out and acquired Trent McDuffie. Like, I mean, both sides of the ball, Gabe, like the top end talent on that team, man, is just, they got a top 5 quarterback. They got a top 3 receiver. If Aaron Donald comes back, they got 2 of the top 5 defensive players in the NFL. They got one of the best corners in the NFL. They have arguably the best coach in the NFL. They are loaded. If you're Aaron Donald, you're living out in LA, your team's going to be great. Like you said, you can come back week 6, week 7. You don't got to rush this thing. Come back, play meaningful regular season games, go on a postseason run, and try to win yourself another ring. Zero pressure. When they acquired Myles Garrett, I thought there was a chance Aaron Donald was going to come back. Like seeing this today, would he really just like come out of retirement in early August to, just work out if he didn't think listen, you know what I mean?
It's like PJ, it's like you and I, right? Like if for whatever reason I was like, I'm out of here, man. I'm not doing this media stuff anymore. I'm gonna chill out, make my money over the years. I just did Lollapalooza on Hulu. I'm great. Everything's fine. And then all of a sudden they're like, PJ comes over to the station and he wants to do a show with you. PJ's calling me up. Hey, PJ, you're Myles Garrett, okay? PJ comes over to my team, and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, you want to get on this? Of course I'm gonna say yes. That's why I'm here. They say you want to work with PJ? Absolutely, put me in. I'm like Aaron Donald coming out of BetMGM retirement to work with you, Myles Garrett. It's exactly what would happen in the situation of Aaron Donald. It's just easy. It's a phone call. You pick up the call when Myles Garrett calls. You know what I'm saying? Ring. Hello, it's Myles Garrett. Oh, it's Myles Garrett. Hold on, everybody. Hello. Hey, what's up, boss? I want you to go. It's exactly what's happening in those situations. What's Aaron Donald going to say? When you speak to your contemporary, right? You're not talking to some bum off the street. You're talking to Myles Garrett. And you're laughing. Yeah. That's cool. That's cool. And then ultimately, you end up saying yes. Because you talk to your wife. You talk to your people. They say yes. You say, all right. You're in great shape because you're early 30s. It's a no-brainer. The NFL is going to be scary by week 15. Scary.
There's no wrong answer to this question. But in their primes, would you rather have Myles Garrett or Aaron Donald?
In their primes. I mean, so Myles Garrett's prime would be last year because he broke the sack
I mean,
record?
yeah, like he was in it. It was more so like Aaron Donald. I mean, if he comes back,
Right.
like he could still be as good.
Right.
I don't think he will, but
No. Right. But the question was in the prime, which is a good
in
one.
the prime. Yeah.
I remember being sour on missing out on Aaron Donald because he was selected right before the Bears draft pick. And everyone thought the Bears were going to draft him. And then, then obviously the Rams sneak in and trade up ahead. And so I think Aaron Donald is such a game wrecker in both the passing and the run game, but just at such a high level by disrupting the middle, right? Which everyone knows, could just blow up any play at any moment.
Yes.
Where you can avoid Myles Garrett in certain situations and try to run away from him. And so I would say Aaron Donald would be more valuable. Ooh, that sounds wild to say out loud, but I would say Aaron Donald.
That would have been my answer.
There's no wrong answer.
There's no wrong answer.
That there was no wrong answer.
There wasn't. I mean, look, again, okay. You don't want Aaron Donald. I mean, somebody will gladly take Myles Garrett. But I'm with you. It's that pressure up the middle, right? The quarterbacks talk about it all the time. That's where you don't want the pressure coming from, straight up your face. And God, again, if the two of those team up and we get to watch both of them on that same defensive line, good luck to opposing offenses trying to deal with those two. So those are the big news out of the NFL today. Stephon Diggs signing with Washington and Aaron Donald working out with the Los Angeles Rams. When we come back, we'll talk about another Los Angeles team, the Dodgers. They lost their 6th straight game today, and potentially their superstar player might have lost grasp of the NL MVP. We'll talk about that next. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
I think the SEC and the Big Ten had a good reason to stand foot on not pulling together TV media rights because the viewership numbers are totally different in the Big Ten and the SEC than they are anywhere else in college football, but that's a topic for another day. Just to give you a rundown, right now, the House versus NCAA Act that passed 2 summers ago set the revenue sharing cap at $21.3 million. We've drastically exceeded that in football alone. The highest paid roster per reporting is Texas at about $48.5 million this coming up year. That cap will be raised under this new bill, Save College Sports, from $21.3 million to $48.8 million, more than doubling the amount of money you can actually give out of the revenue sharing cap. However, they are going to have much more stern NIL processes. In other words, and I said this on our show in layman's terms, pay for play is no more. You're going to be able to give them a portion of the revenue sharing cap and a larger portion of that. However, these deals that you sign outside of the revenue sharing is actually going to have to be legitimized. Okay. It's going to have to pass through whatever governing body that they have. It's going to get actually filtered through. You're not going to be able to have some local car dealership who has a multi-million-dollar owner who happens to be a big fan of your football program give your defensive tackle $800,000. Like, that's not what this is going to be moving forward. Believe it or not, that's what we have currently. Right now, we just have these massive boosters that just say, I want to give that guy $900,000 and label it name, image, and likeness. No, it is not. That is not legitimate marketing. You're not getting a return on investment on that. That's money laundering. That's money washing is what that looks like right now. That's the current stature that we have in college football. This should alleviate some of that and bring legitimacy to how we are paying athletes and at least some transparency as well. By the way, if this gets voted on, Ross Dellinger reports that it's going to get the required votes. The required votes is 60. There's rumors that they're going to be north of 80 in terms of approval on the Senate floor. It's also going to bring a one-time transfer rule back to college football, which I think would be the saving grace for this sport, because the constituents that I talk to down here in the South and around in college football, I can't tell you how many times, guys, I hear the words like, or some verbiage of, man, this isn't the college football that I grew up on. I have no idea who my football team is. Every year I wake up, we got 70 new football players. What the heck is this? This should alleviate a lot of that. There's a lot of football players that I go through where it's like Darian Mensah, for example, started at Tulane, went to Duke, now is at Miami. He's gone to 3 schools. There's a lot of athletes that go 4 over 4. They transfer to 4 different schools. They're just highest bidder every offseason. Where can I transfer and get some more money? We're going to cut that down a lot if this passes, because after you get the one free ride, and then after that, you got to sit out a year if you want to leave your ultimate program. So I think that should help some of this poaching as well, because if you've already made one move and I want to bring you onto my roster, I'm not going to do so if you've got to sit out for a year, right? The Duke and Miami thing probably wouldn't have happened under this current stature, because I'm not going to go poach Darian Mensah off Duke's roster if he's got to sit for 12 months when he gets here. I need him to play now. So they'll go find somebody who actually can play now. They're also going to implement a 5-year eligibility rule, 5 to play 5. Pretty simple. Once you turn 19, once you enroll in college, you have 5 years to play 5 years of football. No more red shirts, no more medicals, no more none of that. We're not going to have these 7-year seniors playing college football. I think that's pretty good. And college athletics in general. Also a ban on professional athletes returning to college football or returning to college athletics. This is a big thing in college basketball. Seen a lot of G Leaguers coming back to NCAA basketball. That's nonsense. I'm not here for that. Once you sign a professional contract, buddy, you have the die has been cast. It is no longer time for you to come back to college. I think it's also important for player protection purposes that they're trying to establish an agency registry. Man, we've got some absolute crooks and criminals right now representing these athletes. I'm going to put that in air quote, representing these athletes. Some of these agents are taking somewhere of like 20% cut off these kids. And God only knows how qualified these agents actually are, because there is no registry pool right now. So they're trying to establish an agent registry while also capping agents' take at 5%. I think that's good for the protection of athletes.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez filling in for Pat and Brad here on a Wednesday. And we are going to talk a little Major League Baseball. And you are listening to BetMGM Tonight, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Gabe, we had a day game out in your neck of the woods today at the friendly confines. I know you're a White Sox fan, but the Cubbies were in action against the Dodgers. They sweep LA, 7-6 victory. The Cubs are actually up 7-1 in this game. Dodgers scored 5 runs in the 8th inning to make it a little interesting. But the Cubs do hang on and get the sweep against LA, who have now lost 6 in a row. The story of this game, though, is this NL MVP race is getting good between PCA and Shohei Ohtani. Both guys go deep today twice. Ohtani 3 for 5, 2 homers, 3 RBIs, and 2 runs scored. PCA 3 for 5, 4 RBIs, 2 homers, and 2 runs scored as well. So both the stars were out. The Cubs had 15 hits today. The Dodgers had 14 hits. So it was an offensive showing out at Wrigley. As of right now, season ended today. Would your NL MVP be Ohtani or PCA?
I mean, we're still looking at the course of a season up until this point. I think it's in PCA's benefit that there's still 2 months to go and where he gets to continue on this hot streak that he's on. I think up to this point, just because he's contributed, pitching and how well he's played, and you can say it's comparable to that point, I think I'd lean Ohtani, and that might be some weird underlying Cubdom shade that I'm throwing. I don't think it is, but that could be. But I think when it's all said and done, I think it will be PCA. I think, I had a chance to hear from Ian Happ, who spoke on my station, 104.3 The Score, and was talking about PCA's approach at the plate. And, when you think about being just like growing up in your 20s, right? Your early 20s, you really like you're the man, you're playing ball at the highest level. You really do feel like everything you're doing is just right because up until that point, everything that you've done has gotten you to that point. And then it does take you, and I think again, as if you've gone through your 20s, there are humbling moments, whether that's being sent down to AAA, right? If you're PCA, or not getting off to the start you wanted to after playing for Team USA at the World Baseball Classic, right? They're humbling moments. And then it clicks, right? You are, it's like a Greg Maddux situation, right? Or a pitcher that, that can't lean on their fastball so much. You have to become a pitcher a little bit, and that happens in time. A hitter, your approach to play has to be a little different. Like, I don't have to hit a home run all the time. I could just put the bat on the ball, bat 280, and then occasionally put myself in a good count situation and then take full advantage of it. And so those kind of things that Ian Happ was talking about, I think I can envision a scenario where that continues for the rest of the season. Cubs are playing great baseball right now. They've added some great arms at the trade deadline. And if PCA is contributing to that and they do take over the Milwaukee Brewers, I mean, how could you deny a guy like PCA getting the MVP when the Cubs sit atop the NL Central with and having swept the Dodgers during the regular season? I mean, it's a pretty good argument.
It is. I mean, both guys are just playing so well right now. I agree with you in terms of, I think the guy that benefits from there being more season left is PCA, because I think really what this comes down to, Gabe, is how much does Ohtani pitch the rest of the season? There's talks that he could start pitching again in September. And if that's the case, and he goes out and he has 3 or 4 more starts and he does what he was doing before he got hurt, I just don't really see what PCA can do for him to win the award. I mean, Ohtani this season on the mound, 8-2, 1.79 ERA, and 85 2/3 innings pitched. He's got 95 strikeouts. Batters are hitting 180 against him. And then when he hits, he's batting 298, 26 homers, and 70 RBIs. With
BJ, even that sounds crazy when you say when you say that part, and like you just rattled off a potential Cy Young first half of a season, and then you say, and then when he hits, and like that in itself, right, it lets you know that where his standing is at in the MVP conversation. But it's an incredible stat line, right?
It's and you wondered, like, because we've seen him do this for multiple years, you wonder if the fatigue would set in with voters, where it's like, we know this guy's the best player in the sport. We know he's shown the ability to do this. Like, because I do think PCA is probably having the better, more impactful year. I think PCA is having a more impactful year for the Cubs than Ohtani is for the Dodgers. I mean, the Dodgers have had a ton of injuries this year, and they're still one of the best teams in the National League. Like, would they be worse if Ohtani missed time? Of course. But, I mean, the Cubs would really, I think, be struggling without PCA, especially with how good he is defensively. So I think it's a good argument for both guys. But just, again, if you put yourself in the mind of these voters, Gabe, I just know that if Ohtani comes back to pitch, especially if you get that recency bias towards the end of the year, reminds people just how dominant he was as a pitcher this year to go along with the hitting, I think he probably ends up winning it, which is why, like, again, I understand people wanting to bet PCA, but I think the bet's Ohtani, because I think he wins it if he pitches, and I still think he can win it if he just hits, right? So if you're betting both guys at like even money, and you have this one guy that can do this thing that the other guy can't, I think if you're choosing, like, you have to take Ohtani,
Yeah, and I think, no one can take for granted the fact that you're seeing someone that, as you mentioned, in itself can have his numbers compete for an MVP title with just batting, but then can also pitch. You just don't see it. Right. And so then they're dominant numbers. It's not as though he's like some reliever that comes in the 8th inning to clean something up. He has starts. He's keeping teams at bay, quality starts at that. And so, when you're looking at that part of it, you're just like, it's cool to see, and it makes for a great argument. But again, when you're looking at the divisions, when you're looking at American League and National League, and where the Dodgers obviously are still 8.5 above the Diamondbacks right now, Cubs 5 back of the Brewers, and I'm telling you, if they can rattle something off and find themselves atop the NL Central by the end, it's going to be really hard to make a case for Ohtani. Having seen the Cubs, where the Milwaukee Brewers were just supposed to walk away with this one, right? It's almost as if they've been given the division 2 weeks ago, a month ago, and then all of a sudden you see the Cubs, roaring back. I don't know. I don't know. His secret weapon, I can't even believe I'm making this argument, but his secret weapon is the defense, right? He's like, well, not only am I hitting, right, I'm playing Gold Glove defense, and I'm breaking records. I'm doing things nobody's seen before. And so that's going to be his argument. But again, it's also about public opinion, right? Shohei right now is seen as legendary. PCA has been included in those conversations, but hasn't been at the forefront of them, right? He's been on Team USA. He's made the All-Star team, but has he done anything extraordinary when he's in those settings, right? And so you continue to do this where you're dominating Major League Baseball and you're the best player on the best team in the NL Central because you contribute defensively and offensively. I mean, again, and then that's when the chamber of public opinion changes, because you've done something extraordinary like that amongst your peers. And then everybody's like, yeah, that's a bad man. Maybe an MVP. Who knows? Right, PJ? Who knows?
Could be. We got a text from a 240 number who says, in my opinion, Ohtani shouldn't be leading in betting odds for NL MVP. To name 3 players, PCA, James Wood, and CJ Abrams, all having a better season than him. And because his name is Ohtani and he's on the Dodgers, he's the MVP. Talk about Ohtani fatigue. Adrian in Maryland. Adrian, appreciate the text. Again, anybody wants to chime in the show, send a text, send our phone in 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. I mean, James Wood and CJ Abrams are having excellent years. There's no doubt about it. I think Wood probably a tougher case to make maybe than CJ, just because Abrams has the batting average. It's a little more comparable to Ohtani. Abrams has 28 home runs, 85 RBIs, and a 286 batting average. So he's got just as many homers, more RBIs, and the batting average is just there. James Wood's batting average down to 265, and he does have the 30 homers and the 73 RBIs. I mean, both those guys they're having unbelievable years for Washington. And look, I mean, Adrian's right. The fact Ohtani plays for the Dodgers, the fact that he is the biggest name in the sport, and he's won this award multiple times, the fatigue could be setting in a little bit. I think PCA probably is the guy because, like you said, Gabe, I mean, with the way the Cubs are playing right now, if they can threaten the Brewers in that NL Central, that might be one of his best cases to make for him to win the award. It's a shame the Nationals have just kind of fallen off the wagon here as of late, coming into this stretch against Atlanta and Philly. They haven't won a game yet, and their season's kind of over now. So I think Wood and Abrams are going to lose some of that national spotlight, and it's unfortunate, but that's just the way it is. So I really do think it's down to PCA and Ohtani. I think it's a close race. I want it to be PCA, and I hope if these seasons kind of stay comparable, he ends up winning the award. But Gabe, my gut is telling me that probably goes to Ohtani. Be my guess.
Yeah, it'll be cool, right? Because the city's a better place. I remember what Chicago felt like, even as a Sox fan, when Chris Bryant won the MVP, and I was even finding myself at Wrigley at times, because it's not too often you get to watch the most valuable player in Major League Baseball, or any sport for that matter, in your hometown. And so PCA winning it, he'll be able to hold on to that title, and that's really cool to see, and we'd welcome that for sure. Here in Chicago, you mentioned Washington. I wanted to just quickly mention the NL East is extremely underrated in terms of the talent that's in that division right there. Obviously, the Mets underwhelming, and that's not an argument that they can hang their hat on. But Atlanta, Philly, Miami. Has been playing good baseball since the very beginning and has a good team despite moves that they've made. And you're talking about Philly, a team that just was begging for some starting pitching, but still had a good team. And then Atlanta always finds themselves somehow, some way, 15 games above 500 year in and year out. And I think that, with the talent that they have spread out throughout the team, these are good squads. So it's unfortunate that obviously Abrams and Wood can't find themselves in a conversation on a better team, which would have made for a better argument for them. But they're in what I would consider probably, one of the best divisions in baseball.
It's a pretty good one. I would agree with you. And the fact that the Nationals are ahead of schedule and this lineup is the best in baseball and how impressive Wood and Abrams have been leading the charge. Luis Garcia was great this year before getting traded to the Yankees as well. But they trade away Garcia because they need pitching bad. Their bullpen is horrendous. Their starting pitching is horrendous. So it feels like the Nats kind of got this hitting thing figured out, and now they're just kind of putting all their focus on the pitching. And if that can get squared away, they could be a problem as early as next year, maybe for the Braves and the Phillies. So yeah, it's a good call on the NL East. Before we go to break, Gabe, we talked about the Rams in the first segment. We're talking about the Dodgers now. Both teams are big favorites to win the Super Bowl and the World Series. If I set a line at a half, 0.5 championships between the Dodgers and the Rams, you going over or you going under? Either one of those teams winning a title.
100% over. It'd be a quick,
you think both win it?
Now, see, now you're moving the finish line of the question. One for sure. I do think the Dodgers are going to win the World Series this year. I think it's going to be extremely difficult. Remember when last time they made it and lost, or they had a 10-game losing streak as well at one point. I think this is just what happens during the season. Now that Derek is on the team, it's just like, oh my God, once they get going, it's going to be, and if Ohtani comes back pitching, it's just tough sledding for anyone that has to face them over a 7-game series. And then the Rams, that's where the variance is obviously a little bit bigger. So I wouldn't say that the Rams are going to win the Super Bowl. It was more on the Dodgers winning it and the certainty there than it was on the Rams. How about you? What are you betting? You got the under? You got the under there?
I'm going over as well. I think the Dodgers win it. I don't think the Rams will.
Okay.
But I'll go with the Dodgers. There. We are in alignment. Over a half. I'll pose that question to our listeners. Give us a call. Text us 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. If we're setting the line at a half, 0.5, Dodgers, Rams, one of those teams, both of those teams winning the World Series, winning the Super Bowl, would you go over or would you go under? We'll talk about that when we come back, and we'll also go streaking here to wrap up hour number 1.
Can I also address what I think is an odd dynamic amongst baseball fans? now that Scooble is in LA. I have seen, and I am on plenty of group chats with friends who are hardcore baseball fans. I have a friend who has like 5 fantasy baseball teams, and he's texting me about guys at AAA for other organizations. And I'm like, dude, I have no idea who you're talking about. I'm sorry. I appreciate the fact that you love it that much. I ain't there. But these people are saying, man, I can't wait to see someone get the Dodgers in October. Man, I'd love to see a Tampa-Milwaukee World Series. And I'll tell you right now, that's the last thing I want as a baseball fan. Look, would it be cool to have the Rays and the Brewers meet in the World Series? Yes. Would I get just the slightest little giggle at the Dodgers doing everything they've done and not even getting back to the World Series? Yes. Schadenfreude is a very strong emotion. But I'll tell you what I'm actually rooting for. And not rooting for like I got my blue and white pom-poms out. But rooting for in that I think it's what's best for the business of baseball. I want the Dodgers to go on an absolute tear. I want them to rip baseball to shreds down the stretch and then get to October and win 11 straight games, 10-0. I want the Dodgers to be an absolute behemoth in October and to crush everyone in their path so that we can all wake up in November, December, January and say, we told you so. We told you this is what was going to happen. We told you that if you continued to let the Dodgers run roughshod both financially over baseball and in getting to do whatever they want in acquiring Tarek Skubal, we told you this was going to happen. It is not a level playing field. Because what will happen if we don't get the Dodgers winning a 3rd consecutive World Series and we do get that magical matchup between, say, I don't know, Tampa and Milwaukee, or, I don't know, the White Sox go on a magical run. Sorry, Kenny. Yeah, that'd be a fun story. But no, I want the Yankees. I want the Dodgers. I want the 2 big money teams, or 2 of the big money teams, including the biggest. I want them there at the end of October.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome back. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez here. BetMGM Tonight, wrapping up hour number 1. As we posed the question before we went to break, if you had to take the over or under 0.5, a half, Rams, Dodgers, either of those teams to win a championship this season, would you go over or would you go under? Gabe and I both would go over. We both say 1. We both think either the Rams or the Dodgers win a championship this year. If you parlay both of those teams together, Gabe, to win the Super Bowl and the World Series, 16-1 if you like the Rams and the Dodgers. The Rams are plus 550. Dodgers are plus 155 to win their respective championships. So we'll see. Could be a fun year out in LA with those two teams.
Some college freshman at USC just put up $100 on
Sure did. Sure did. Just sweating that. Gabe, I love the bets where somebody's like, they're betting Tyrese Maxey first basket paired with the Calgary Flames to win the Stanley Cup. It's just like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I love when those tickets.
One of my favorite parlays. One of my biggest wins ever was a parlay like that. So I put them together.
Really? What was your biggest hit, like odds wise? Like 60-1, 80-1, do you remember?
Oh my gosh. I would say odds wise, probably like 40-1.
Okay.
40-1. Bigger hits like that. Yeah, I would say 40-1. Like a hit though, like you're feeling good.
Sure.
You don't want to go to work the next day. Like you're good.
I feel you.
40-1.
That is a good hit. I think my biggest was like 66-1.
Okay.
I had NC State a couple of years ago when they made the Final Four. I took a little flyer on them. So that was nice. I think that's the biggest hit I've had at 66-1. Hopefully we'll cash a parlay tonight. And with that, let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! Yeah!
All right, here we go. 4 for 5 last night. Our guy Pete Futak, 0 for with Cody Clemens on Minnesota. So we'll try to bounce back tonight. We called in the relief. We called in the big guns tonight with Gabe Ramirez pinch hit, and surely we'll get to 5 for 5 tonight. Gabe, Brandon, Mike Montgomery, Lee back in California, and myself will all make a pick in tonight's games for a guy to get a base hit. Gabe, kick things off. Who you like to get a hit tonight?
I want to go quickly and first. It's going to be Munetaka Murakami. My man's on an 11-game hitting streak right now. Keeping it rolling. Let's get this money. And it's only at -187 if you're going to bet it. A lot of other guys at -200 and worse. So go ahead and check that one out. Murakami.
There we go. Gabe starts things off with his guy, Murakami of the White Sox. Brando, you got an easy one last night. Nico Horner. Who we going with tonight?
Tonight, I'm going to go with Randy Arozarena versus the Detroit Tigers. Dude's been lighting it up all year for Seattle. No reason to think that he won't do it again against Derek Anderson, kicker for... No, I'm just kidding. Going up against Drew Anderson, the pitcher for the Detroit Tigers.
All right, very good. Arozarena for Brando. Monty, what do we like tonight to get a base? Who do we like to get a base hit?
Yeah, I'm going back to the same game as yesterday, Marlins Braves, but give me a Marlin. Give me Kyle Stowers. I don't think I've taken him in this yet, so something new there. Elite matchup on my site, battersdashbox.com against Bryce Elder. Elder struggling against lefties recently. Stowers has been on fire. OPS over 1,100 in his last 10 games. Two trends I like: 55 games with an elite rating for Stowers, getting a hit nearly 80% of the time, and then more than 70% of elite rated hitters against Elder are getting a hit as well.
Very good. My pick is going to be Bobby Witt Jr. for the Royals going up against the Twins today. He was on the DL. He was banged up, but he saw that Dean Kramer was pitching today, Gabe. So he said, you know what? Feeling a little bit better. I'm going to play today. So I think Bobby Witt is going to do some damage and get a base hit. So there we go. Gabe's going Murakami, Brandon Arozarena, Monty Kyle Stowers, and I will take Bobby Witt Jr. as our 4 guys today to get a base hit. Gabe, and hopefully let's cash this parlay. I'm feeling good. I think all those picks are solid. Lee liked earlier Ceddanne Rafaela as well. So those will be the 5 that we'll roll with today. So a lot of action. Everybody's got somebody in a different game. Absolutely love it. Going to be a fun night. That was hour 1. We still got 4 more to go. Stay with us. BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez.
You're down.
How many wide receivers can you name that you'd be more comfortable with than Zay Flowers? And I can rattle off at least 15. And again, this isn't a knock against Zay Flowers. All the names I'm about to rattle off are very good wide receivers. Chase, Nakua, JSN, St. Brown, CD, the aforementioned Justin Jefferson, Drake London, Nico Collins, George Pickens, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Chris Olave, T. Higgins, Malik Neighbors, Tet McMillan. I'd probably put, I'm a huge Emeka Egbuka fan. I'd probably put him ahead of Zay Flowers. I know some people would argue with me on that. I'm fine with it. Devontae Adams. I mean, I just rattled off close to 15 names, if not more. Zay Flowers is a good, very good at times wide receiver, and they needed to keep him in Baltimore. But he is not a top 5 nor even top 10 wide receiver in this league, and he's going to be paid like one probably throughout the term of this contract.
I think we have seen through a couple of practices that Brock Purdy and Mike Evans have it. Now, does that translate to the NFL regular season? Obviously, time will tell. And if Evans can't stay healthy, then, so what? But through 4 or 5 days of practice, we have seen Brock Purdy and Mike Evans connect on multiple deep balls towards the sideline, over the middle. Outside of rookie DeJon Stribling, Evans has been Purdy's favorite target. He gives him a chance to go up and get the football, and really, kind of like how Baker Mayfield did the last couple of years in Tampa Bay, just gives his Hall of Fame wide receiver a chance to catch the football. And I think for Niner fans, you see that and hear that after having to watch Kendrick Bourne and a hindered Juwan Jennings and an injured Ricky Pearsall and Malik Turner take snaps in the playoff game in Philadelphia, that is a sight for sore eyes.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Oh yeah, hour 2, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports, PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez. We roll on here on Westwood One Sports, and we're going to talk some more baseball coming up here in this hour. We're going to talk about the state of the Mets coming up in 20 minutes, dive back into NFL training camp, and then we're going to talk a lot of NFC North. Sean Hammond going to join us in 1 hour to talk the Bears, and then we'll get into the rest of the NFC North. Excited to have my guy Gabe Ramirez with me, who's a Bears fan, knows that division very well, get his thoughts on what he thinks of the Bears this season and the other 3 teams in that division. But let's stick with Major League Baseball. We were talking about in the first hour of the show. Cubs swept the Dodgers today. PCA, Shohei Ohtani, both hit 2 home runs. Both of those guys neck and neck in the MVP race in the National League. We got to talk about these Boston Red Sox, Gabe. I mean, what they're doing. 29-5 in their last 34 games. 29-5. They have swept 6 teams during that span. At one point, they were 14 games below 500 and one of the worst teams in the American League. Now they are 10 games above 500. They're pretty much a lock to make the playoffs in the American League. But honestly, I think their players, their front office, their fans, they're thinking bigger picture, Gabe. They're 6 games back of Tampa in the AL East. And with essentially 2 months left to play, the way that they're playing right now, I don't think it's crazy to look at Boston and think that maybe they got a shot to win that AL East. I mean, we've talked about it all year with the American League. There's really no great teams. Like the entire season, one wild card team is always below 500. So you could really make the case for a lot of those teams. It does just feel like one of those years, kind of like the hottest team might just win the American League. And certainly right now that is Boston. So where are you on the Red Sox in terms of big picture? Like the way that they're playing, do you think this is sustainable going into October? Would they be your pick right now to represent the American League?
That's a great question. I think at this point, when you're looking at the American League as a whole, how many teams are above 500 or playing well, right? Let's just say that, because obviously they're not above that many of them above 500. But I think when you're looking at the Boston Red Sox, there's one thing, PJ, you mentioned soccer at the beginning of the show. Mm-hmm. I talked to Greg Berhalter, former head coach of the U.S. men's national team, now current coach of the Chicago Fire. And I remember vividly, and I've told this story before, but vividly asking him, what's the difference between coaching the men's national team and coaching your club? He's like, when you coach a men's national team, Gabe, it's like a microwave. You need it to get hot instantly, right? Which makes sense. They don't get a lot of time to train together, whatever. Mm-hmm. He's like, but your club team, he's like, you want it to be like boiling water, right? It's not going to be boiling from the beginning. You're not going to be hot coming out the gate. You got to get hotter. You got to figure things out. You got to have these complementary pieces. You got to understand your roles, know where you're going to be at in the lineup. Manager got to know when to push certain buttons. And, when the Red Sox faced the White Sox going into the All-Star break, and it was a humbling loss because I remember watching that vividly. It was the beginning of July, and they swept the White Sox, and I remember watching that, and that was towards the beginning of their winning streak. Mm-hmm. And it was done almost to perfection, where it was at all 3 phases, in that they might not have beat you by scoring 8 runs. It might have been 4, but their starting pitching was great. And their defense, their starting pitching, their defense, and then their late inning relief would come in and shut the door on you. So when I saw that play out against the White Sox, I was riding the coattail. The games against the Mets, I won a ton of money because I was like, nobody's pricing this right. And I just saw them beat up on the White Sox and do it in that fashion that, gamblers and fans would look at it and say is very repeatable, right? Like if you can repeat that, then that's when you can find a streak. And that's where the Red Sox are currently. They beat the White Sox yesterday. Oh my gosh. They put up 14 runs against Davis Martin and the White Sox, right? And so this is a team that's playing exceptional baseball. Can they continue to do it? into the playoffs, as you know, point to any point to the Red Sox earlier in the season. It's just there are ebbs and flows to a season. The Cubs know it. The Dodgers know it. The White Sox know it. There are ebbs and flows to a season, and it would be great if they can. I don't know. I don't know if they can, and I don't know if they have the starting pitching to really, take on some of the top teams in a 7-game series. But they're fun to watch right now because they're playing baseball the right way, and the W's are piling up as a result of it.
I mean, think about this. They were 32-46 after losing to Colorado. They were 32-46, Gabe. And right now, Boston currently is 61-51.
That is insane.
So the turnaround has just been historical. I mean, with what they've done, and that was all the way back on June 24th. Again, they've lost 5 games since then. And have been on one of the best streaks we've ever seen in the MLB. And now we're just 6 games back of the Tampa Bay Rays. And it's so interesting to watch this unfold, Gabe, where you had a team like the Red Sox where they fire Alex Cora, they fire some of their bench coaches. The season's a nightmare. They're getting ready to sell everybody off at the trade deadline, so we think. Then they go on this crazy run. And now all of a sudden they go all in at the trade deadline, and they acquire Adley Rutschman for the Baltimore Orioles. So did you love it for the Red Sox? Do you love the fact that they're going all in? Did you love the fact that they got Adley because they desperately needed an offensive catcher? But what were your thoughts on the deadline for Boston? Because they're certainly going for it.
Yeah, and you know what? When you're thinking about the catcher position, there were a lot of teams that were interested. Look at the Dodgers, who obviously seemingly have like an unlimited supply of everything. So, they were going up against them. The White Sox needed catching help with Kyle Teal going down and Edgar Carroll getting sent back down to the minors. So there were teams that were out there. So you had to pay a premium. But I think the Red Sox, similar to that of the Cubs, remember what it was like to win a World Series and do not take for granted the moments in which you're that close. And by that close, not necessarily to winning it in a surefire manner, but as you mentioned, sometimes that 500 team, that wild card team that figures it out towards the end, we see it year in and year out. All right, whether it's the Diamondbacks, the Giants, like some team will find their way to manage their way into the playoffs. And yeah, so again, you love it. What about you? I mean, when you see these kinds of moves for a team like the Red Sox, who is caught fire and going all in, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm an Orioles fan, Gabe, so I got a lot of thoughts on it from the other side of things.
Fair,
I think
fair.
There's a lot of ways to discuss this with Adley. I totally understand from a baseball standpoint why they traded him. Apparently, the reports from a lot of people around the team that cover him were saying that the O's reached out to Adley multiple times about signing a possible extension, and he wasn't interested. He didn't want to do it. They have Samuel Basallo waiting in the wings. They signed him to a long-term deal. They signed Pete Alonso this past offseason. So Adley was kind of the odd man out, and maybe he felt disrespected or he just wanted to play for a different team, but whatever it may be, he didn't want to re-sign. So if Adley didn't want to re-sign, then it makes sense that you're going to shop him and you're going to get rid of him, which I think is fine. I think, and if you're Boston, yes, you went for it, and yes, you gave up a ton of prospects, but I saw a great tweet, Gabe, where a Red Sox fan said, I'm not a Portland Sea Dogs fan. I'm a Boston Red Sox fan, and they got better today. And that's all I care about, right? So what if we lost our number 2, our number 3, our number 5 prospect? Right. The Orioles had the best farm system in baseball for 3 straight years, and look at what good that did them, right? Look at the situation that they're in now because they have to sell off. So prospects, they're great to have. It's good to have good farm systems on paper, but the reality is baseball is such a hard game, and you just never know who's going to turn out to be good. So I commend Boston. Yes, they gave away their future. Yes, they don't know how it's going to work out, but at least you've seen Adley show the ability to be a really good major league player. And with how great they're playing right now, and with potentially Roman Anthony coming back for them, Maybe even
Oh
Garrett
my gosh.
Crochet comes back to pitch for them at some point as we head into the postseason. I mean, all of a sudden, you just added one of the best catchers, and then you added one of the best young players and one of the best pitchers to your team. So I kind of think that's how Boston's looking at it, of like, yeah, we gave up a lot for Adley, but we also could have more reinforcements
Right.
coming as well to make our team even better. So I like it from Boston's perspective.
Similar to what you were saying about what we were talking about with Aaron Donald, right? Where Garrett Crochet is going to look at a situation like this, and of course, I mean, who wouldn't want to play on a team that's winning without you? I look at the Bears last year with Jalen Johnson wanting to come back from an injury because the Bears were winning. These kinds of situations exist, and as I mentioned, this is wide open. Like you can have the big giant, the big bad wolf in the Dodgers, but if you're in the American League, you don't got to worry about them until they get there, right? Like they got their own beasts and hurdles to worry about. Like, sure, do I have to beat the Dodgers? I don't know. They have to get there first. But in the meantime, if I'm the best team, that's why LeBron went to the Eastern Conference. If I'm the best team on this side, then I can, I just got to beat one of them instead of four of them. And so
Exactly.
it's going to be interesting to see it play out in that situation. But listen, the AL playoffs are going to be, playoffs in general, right? Because Major League Baseball, I wonder if you would agree with this statement. It is very top heavy, right? Like when the playoffs start, you're not going to be facing the Tigers and the Athletics, and it's going to be the best of the best, and the true colors are going to show quickly, and who's going to fold in those situations. And so Boston could have who they have, and anyone could have who they have. But if you're not a piranha, like they've been calling the White Sox, even though that's the old Twins moniker that they gave them back in the day. Shout out to Hawk Harrelson. But the Piranhas of Chicago could be out there and smelling blood. PJ ready to take down the Red Sox. Maybe not during the regular season. Jeez. These are humbling.
Look,
as a Sox fan, these are humbling series where you don't want to get swept. You just want to lose, you want to win one, and when you have like tonight they have Sean Burke on the mound, and the streak stopper used to be Davis Martin, and then for whatever reasons, he's not necessarily pitching as what he once was. So you got Sean Burke out there, and you're like, damn, but if he doesn't, you're like banking on your offense and a miracle, which is where the White Sox are at without, some good starting pitching. So I don't know. Hopefully Castillo. What did you think about the Castillo trade?
Man, as an Orioles fan? I love it for you guys. I love it. Like, again, you're going for it without going crazy, but you're giving the team a chance, like that's the thing. It's like the Nationals and the White Sox, I think, are kind of similar teams from the standpoint of people both thought they were kind of years away from competing. Like nobody expected this from the White Sox. Nobody thought they would be winning the division in August, right? We all thought they would improve. We all thought maybe some guys would emerge. There was no world in which we thought they'd be 6 games above 500 and lead in the Central on August 5th. And I think it's great that the front office is rewarding the season that those guys are having, instead of just being like, you know what, we know we're ahead of schedule. It's not our year. The Yankees are much better. The Rays are much better. The Red Sox are much better. We're just going to roll with the team we have. If we win, great. If not, we'll get it next year. We'll get them in 2020. I like the fact that they're trying to add, they're bringing in some more guys. I think that's the right message to send. They obviously got a great thing going. The young players, Murakami and Montgomery and these guys have been great. Sean Burke's been pitching out of his mind this season. So I think it's awesome, man. And you know what? Like the Tigers would kind of be the only team in that division, I think, that would scare me of tracking you down a little bit. With Skubal gone, though, that's definitely a big help. The fact that he's gone. Cleveland, as you know, like they're just always there. They're the pests that you can't get rid of. Yeah. But Jose Ramirez is the heart and soul of that team, and he's just kind of been up and down. He's been in and out of the lineup. He's been dealing with injuries. So just it does kind of feel like it's going to come down to Chicago and Cleveland. And, you waited for the Cardinals to go on their skid, and they did. You waited for the Nationals to go on their skid. They did. You would think at maybe some point the White Sox maybe go through that 6-7 game losing streak. It hasn't happened yet. But that would probably be only my concern. But Gabe, I love the fact that they went out and got Castillo, man, and they're trying to continue to add and giving themselves a chance in the playoffs.
Yeah, listen, they've had quite the gauntlet since the beginning of the second half, right? Toronto, Texas, Houston going out the AOS, then the Yankees, Tampa Bay, now Boston. And then their next series is against Cleveland. But after that, not that it's a soft landing, but, it's not as bad going out to the rest of the season. And so, they've shocked people by playing, by winning series and sweeping an occasional one. And if they can continue to do that, I mean, they're going to be, just fine heading into the rest of the season. They got one more series against Cleveland mid-September, 3 games set out there in Cleveland. But outside of that, you're ending the season 6 games against, or your last 9 games, Detroit, Kansas City, the Rockies. That's weird. Ending the season against the Rockies. But, Rockies are playing some decent baseball right now. But I mean, come September 26th, those guys are gonna be thinking about Cancun and what they're doing for Christmas. They're not gonna be thinking about, playoff baseball and stopping the White Sox from winning.
I mean, it's a great point. The only winning teams that they play in the month of September are, well, the Astros are the only one. They play, and by the time they face the Astros, maybe they're below 500, but they play Houston, Minnesota, Pittsburgh, St. Louis, Cleveland, Detroit, Kansas City, and Colorado, as you were mentioning. So to your point, this was the tough stretch that they had to get through. But on paper, at least, I mean, Gabe, if you're a White Sox fan, if you got money invested in the White Sox, you got to kind of have to love the way that month of September is shaping out for them. And you know what? Again, like, the goal is to win the division. They're definitely focusing on that. But obviously getting one of those top 2 seeds is so paramount. So you go straight to the divisional series and don't have to play in the wild card round. And
right.
I mean, you're really, the American League East winner is going to get one of those top 2 slots. And right now the White Sox have a better record than Houston, who's leading the AL West. But what a great opportunity for the White Sox, not only to win the AL Central, but really solidify themselves as at least the 2 seed in the American League and go straight to the division series.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, I think, being ahead of schedule. Listen, in Chicago, we know this what we would like to call a blueprint very well, right? Cubs were ahead of schedule at one point in 2015 and, at least got to the playoffs, smelt it, felt it. And I think this team that they have, right, when you're looking at the makeup of the roster, when I explain it to people here in local media, it's reminiscent of, the reason why the 2020 White Sox didn't work with Eloy and, La Pantera and, Moncada. They just felt themselves a little bit too much, right? And I feel like this group that they have in is like, it's reminiscent of like the high school baseball team that you hated facing because it was just like a bunch of gamers that like played. They weren't the best team, but they all played hard. They all wanted to win. They thought they were the best at everything. And this team resembles that, right? Where they're naive to the fact that they're not supposed to be feeling like this, right? They just think they're playing baseball and that they should be winning, and that's what you do in baseball. You just go out and try to win. And so when you bring in a guy like Castillo, as you mentioned, I mean, not only I know people are crapping on the amount of money. I don't care about that, right? I think about similar to the Cubs in 2015. You bring in a John Lester type, right? Like this veteran that's been there before that can calm a rotation of young guys that's there. And Luis Castillo has pitched meaningful innings in the playoffs. And that's what they're really going to want him for, to be that number 3 guy, right? And in a perfect world, it is, unfortunately, I hate even saying this because I really like Davis Martin, but it's Burt, Martin, and then, of course, Castillo in that situation. Like that, those will be your 3. And so do you feel comfortable in doing that? Because he's pitched in those meaningful positions before. And so that's why you bring a guy like that in. So that way, next year, Noah Schultz can be someone that's contributing, maybe the number 2 slot. You don't need to lean on Davis Martin as much. A Hagen Smith might comes up, and then you don't know what you're going to be doing in free agency because you still have Castillo there for another year. So it's a great move. It solidifies a rotation with a bona fide major league arm, right? And granted, on a night in and night out basis, you're not sure what you're going to get, but you do know that you're going to get a guy that wants to play and pitch in meaningful innings and games, and that's what he's going to get the opportunity to do when he's pitching with the White Sox.
Vibes are high right now in Chicago with both the Cubs and the White Sox. They're high in Boston with the Red Sox. The vibes are not high with the New York Mets. Gabe, what a nightmare season for them. We're going to discuss them when we come back here. BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez filling in for Pat and Brad on Westwood One Sports.
I think the SEC and the Big Ten had a good reason to stand foot on not pulling together TV media rights because the viewership numbers are totally different in the Big Ten and the SEC than they are anywhere else in college football. But that's a topic for another day. Just to give you a rundown, right now, the House versus NCAA Act that passed 2 summers ago set the revenue sharing cap at $21.3 million. We've drastically exceeded that in football alone. The highest paid roster per reporting is Texas at about $48.5 million this coming up year. That cap will be raised under this new bill, Save College Sports, from $21.3 million to $48.8 million, more than doubling the amount of money you can actually give out of the revenue sharing cap. However, they are going to have much more stern NIL processes. In other words, and I said this on our show in layman's terms, pay for play is no more. You're going to be able to give them a portion of the revenue sharing cap and a larger portion of that. However, these deals that you sign outside of the revenue sharing is actually going to have to be legitimized. Okay, it's going to have to pass through whatever governing body that they have. It's going to get actually filtered through. You're not going to be able to have some local car dealership who has a multi-million-dollar owner who happens to be a big fan of your football program give your defensive tackle $800,000. Like, that's not what this is going to be moving forward. Believe it or not, that's what we have currently. Right now, we just have these massive boosters that just say, I want to give that guy $900,000 and label it name, image, and likeness. No, it is not. That is not legitimate marketing. You're not getting a return on investment on that. That's money laundering. That's money washing is what that looks like right now. That's the current stature that we have in college football. This should alleviate some of that and bring legitimacy to how we are paying athletes and at least some transparency as well. By the way, if this gets voted on, Ross Dellinger reports that it's going to get the required votes. The required votes is 60. There's rumors that they're going to be north of 80 in terms of approval on the Senate floor. It's also going to bring a one-time transfer rule back to college football, which I think would be the saving grace for this sport, because the constituents that I talk to down here in the South and around in college football, I can't tell you how many times, guys, I hear the words like, or some verbiage of, man, this isn't the college football that I grew up on. I have no idea who my football team is. Every year I wake up, we got 70 new football players. What the heck is this? This should alleviate a lot of that. There's a lot of football players that I go through where it's like Darian Mensah, for example, started at Tulane, went to Duke, now is at Miami. He's gone to 3 schools. There's a lot of athletes that go 4 over 4. They transfer to 4 different schools. They're just highest bidder every offseason. Where can I transfer and get some more money? We're going to cut that down a lot if this passes, because after you get the one free ride, and then after that, you got to sit out a year if you want to leave your ultimate program. So I think that should help some of this poaching as well, because if you've already made one move and I want to bring you onto my roster, I'm not going to do so if you've got to sit out for a year, right? The Duke and Miami thing probably wouldn't have happened under this current stature, because I'm not going to go poach Darian Mensah off Duke's roster if he's got to sit for 12 months when he gets here. I need him to play now. So they'll go find somebody who actually can play now. They're also going to implement a 5-year eligibility rule, 5 to play 5. Pretty simple. Once you turn 19, once you enroll in college, you have 5 years to play 5 years of football. No more red shirts, no more medicals, no more none of that. We're not going to have these 7-year seniors playing college football. I think that's pretty good, and college athletics in general. Also, a ban on professional athletes returning to college football or returning to college athletics. This is a big thing in college basketball. Seen a lot of G Leaguers coming back to NCAA basketball. That's nonsense. I'm not here for that. Once you sign a professional contract, buddy, you have the die has been cast. It is no longer time for you to come back to college. I think it's also important for player protection purposes that they're trying to establish an agency registry. Man, we've got some absolute crooks and criminals right now representing these athletes. I'm going to put that in air quote, representing these athletes. Some of these agents are taking somewhere of like 20% cut off these kids. And God only knows how qualified these agents actually are, because there is no registry pool right now. So they're trying to establish an agent registry while also capping agents' take at 5%. I think that's good for the protection of athletes.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez back here with you. BetMGM Tonight. Orioles and Angels scoreless in Baltimore in the top of the fourth. A's and Reds tied up at 1. The Mets are up 2-0 against the Guardians. Nats 1-0 over the Phils. Cardinals and Yankees are in a rain delay. Red Sox and White Sox are scoreless from Fenway in the bottom of the first, and the Braves and the Marlins are scoreless as well. I mentioned the Mets are up 2-0 against Cleveland, who obviously is playing some very important games this time of the year, trying to hang on to that final wild card spot. The Mets season has been over for a while. They had that 12-game losing streak to start the season and just have never really begin to recover. They traded 7 players at the trade deadline, and including Clay Holmes, who they gave away. They also added Jefferson Rojas, who became the number 1 prospect in the system. Did you feel like the Mets did a good job, Gabe, at the deadline? Do you think they should have traded away any more players? Should they have gotten better returns? What were your thoughts on what they did?
I mean, first, PJ, you're looking at the team itself and what the expectations were, right? I mean, it went from disappointing to embarrassing. You know, we've all been there as a fan of a particular team, Mets a little more often than most. But ultimately, at least you're smart enough to realize you need a reset, right? I think far too often some teams hold on to talent or this path that they're on too long. And who cares if you got the highest payroll in baseball? When you're talking about a fan base, like, but did you move off of that? Did you go in a different direction, or did you think like, no, we're going to run it back and we're going to be okay? And what the Mets did was the latter, right? And when you're thinking about getting off of Freddie Peralta, let's be honest. I mean, not that we know Freddie Peralta is good. You saw his first outing with Tampa Bay, not necessarily the greatest that was out there, especially those that bet on Tampa Bay to beat the team. Anyway, that's a personal issue there. But the rest of the team, you know, you get Clay Holmes sent out to the Cubs, which is great. You know, the White Sox benefit from Brazovan. I mean, so you need to hit on some guys, right? You feel like you have a good anchor. When Juan Soto and Francisco Lindor only play 28 games by the time the end of July happens, you can't produce when your best guys aren't there. And so, again, you're hoping they come back. You're hoping that with the return that you're getting, that you can get a contributor or two, whether that's a middle reliever, right, or someone that can be a position player for you to offset some of the money that you're paying, right, to be a cheaper guy, somebody that is paying in the minors, that you can do that. So, listen, I know that I'm at a point in my old ass life where when you look at baseball seasons and you realize like, okay, people just are at different paths, different points in that path at all times. And so what you want to hope as a fan is that your team is at the proper place on that path and not on the wrong place, right? And if you're the Mets and you thought you were going to win the World Series, you thought you put together this super team and it didn't pan out, well, you're glad that they're doing something else. And you're like, yes, this is the right thing. Move off of these guys, get some people in return, and let's try a different path next year. Hopefully we can find ourselves at a different place on that path than we are now in the month of August. When you look, PJ, at the Mets, you're an Orioles fan. You're on the East Coast.
Yep.
Obviously, the dollars are there. We know that doesn't necessarily always equate to wins. But the construction, the roster construction around them, were you ever convinced that they were going to be a team that was going to make a deep run?
No, I wasn't, because that's the thing. You know, the Dodgers, what gets so swept under the rug with them, what doesn't get talked about enough is what a well-run organization they are. Like, we just think that their team is built off of all the money that they throw at free agents, right? But they have the best farm system in baseball, Gabe. Like, they can go out and buy anybody that they want. They can also go out and trade for anybody that they want. And they're pretty much the only team that can say that. And that's just what makes them so tough. So, that's why these teams that just try to throw money at all their problems in baseball, it doesn't work out for them. Like, at the end of the day, you still have to have good prospects. You have to have a good farm system. You have to have a good manager, good homegrown players, all those sorts of things. And they can trade for Lindor and bring him in. They can go get Soto. They can acquire some of these pitchers. But at the end of the day, if the Mets want to be good, man, they gotta build up their farm system and bring up some of these guys. Like, when they made the World Series and played Kansas City, think about who's on that team. It's David Wright. It's Matt Harvey. It's Syndergaard. It's these guys that came up in that system, right? So that's why I know we're going to have a lockout. We're going to have a new collective bargaining agreement. And the Dodgers, people think they're ruining baseball and all these sorts of things. I don't really have an issue with the salary cap because a lot of teams can spend. Every team can spend. They just choose not to. And every team can have a good farm system. It's just a question of whether or not they do it. They draft well, they develop well, all those sorts of things. So we get so mad at the Dodgers because they give Ohtani all this money and they give Freddie Freeman all this money and Kyle Tucker and all. Yeah, and they do that. But also, they have the best farm system in baseball. So they can go out and acquire Skubal and all those sorts of things. So if the Mets ever want to get good, that's why I kind of think if you're a Mets fan, you're almost happy the direction that baseball is heading, where there's going to be a salary cap. So Steve Cohn can't throw his wallet at every issue, and he can't give a blank check to everybody. And they actually have to go out and do things the right way and build up a farm system. But that's why I've never had an issue with the Dodgers. I've never thought they're ruining the game because you know what? They spend money, they do what they should, and they also develop a heck of a farm system year after year, and they always go out and get whoever they want at the trade deadline. And the Mets, they got to figure out a way to do that too.
And again, when you're looking at the way the competitive balance works in baseball, right, where if you have a small market team, it's because you have good young guys that you're going to pawn off at some point, right? It's just the life cycle of Major League Baseball and what it has been since its inception. And so I think that the changing of it, it's just, again, it's like a 3-point line in basketball, right? If you're not using the 3-pointer to your advantage, as some teams started to do to get more points per possession, it's like, then you're not playing the game the new way, the right way, or, in certain rules in the NFL. And I think baseball is no different. And so to be savvy enough to defer money, and obviously you have to have it initially to do it. But, people are playing under the same rules. And, again, I think to me, I like it. I like, when you have the Lakers and the Celtics, you have, when the Chiefs are dominant. I love that because you have something to fight for. You have something I want to be better than the best, right? That is the best right now. We have to be better than them if we want to win this championship, if we want this season to be memorable. And, anybody who beats the Dodgers in the next couple of years is going to feel that way. They're going to feel like gladiators. They're going to feel a World Cup-like win, PJ, where they take down, you know what I mean? Like the big giant in the Dodgers, and it'll feel that much better. So I love it. I love it. What league have you played in ever in life that didn't have the number one team that was just better? They called all their boys and they put them on the same team, or their parents were in cahoots to put it just happens. Your summer leagues, your rec leagues, your high school basketball, your AAUs, it just happens. There is a juggernaut out there somewhere, but the fun of basketball, the fun of sports is putting together your team, playing well together, and being a good group and bringing down the juggernaut. And I think we all are looking forward to that, right? I think nobody cares if the Dodgers win or not, right? Did you see that one post? I think it was on ESPN. It was like, great for the Dodgers, A. Great for the Tigers, D. Great from anyone else that's not a Dodgers fan. F. It's like it's how people felt about the Scuba trade, because people don't want it. But
it's true.
I don't know. I like it.
Man, to your point, if one of these National League teams end up beating the Dodgers in the playoffs, it's going to feel just a little slightly less than winning the World Series. I mean, it's going to be that fulfilling, like slaying the dragon, beating that team with that pitching staff and that roster. So I'm with you. I love when there's a villain, because when your team, when they beat that team in the postseason, my gosh, there's nothing better.
PJ, could you imagine a scenario real quick? You can imagine a scenario where the Cubs beat the Dodgers in the second round, not even the NLCS, just like the round before. Every Cub fan, Brandon, all these guys, everybody here, everyone's going to be going crazy thinking it's over. We got it in the bag. We won the World Series already. We beat the Dodgers. We're going to win this thing. And then, you still got to face everybody else. But to your point, you beat the Dodgers in any round. Your assumption is that you are winning the World Series after that, especially the Cubs.
No doubt. And baseball is one of those sports. It's like in the NBA when the Warriors had those teams with Durant, like you knew nobody was beating them 4 times, right? In the NFL, like those prime Brady and Belichick years, or in college football, the prime Saban teams or Kirby Smart teams at Georgia, like you knew nobody's beating those teams. As great as the Dodgers look on paper and as massive as a favorite they are, I mean, look, it's baseball, Gabe, right? Like, baseball. I mean, anything can, you don't know. You just don't know in baseball. And that's why we love it. That's why the postseason is so freaking good. And as good as the Dodgers, as good as they are, like these other teams in the National League can pitch, right? I mean, like you might have to face Mizorowski 3 times, or you might have to go up against Philadelphia with their arms, or you might have to go against Chicago, where Wrigley in October is just unbelievable environment. And it could be tough. So, man, National League playoffs could be really fun. You also brought up Freddie Peralta earlier. ESPN reported today the relationship between Juan Soto and Francisco Lindor is so bad with the Mets that Peralta actually had to play middleman. He had to separate them. He had to sit them down, have them talk man to man to air their grievances. So it's getting ugly there for the Mets.
You know what that is? PJ? What's that? That's a little Puerto Rican and Dominican beef right there. You know what I'm saying? The assumption would be that, it's like it's 2 people speaking the same language coming from the Caribbean, but, cultures are very different, and I'm sure Francisco Lindor is like, well, just think about the World Baseball Classic. I know you watched that. Think about the World Baseball Classic and the tension between the two. I mean, it just exists. Even in the I think it's the Central American games that are, or some sort of games are going on right now, and a lot of Puerto Rican teams are winning gold against Dominican Republic, Mexico, teams like that. And so there's a lot of just heightened tension. And so I could see with those two, Juan Soto being like, bro, papi, I'm Juan Soto, and Francisco Lindor is like, a mí no me importa, I don't care. I'm Francisco Lindor from Puerto Rico, like I don't care, you know what I'm saying? And then like that kind of struggle going on just in terms of the bravado and such. And obviously Juan Soto being the person that he is, and not liking, haven't you seen those, or don't you think he regrets, but like he's not obviously not having the same success that he would be having as a Yankee, right? Like where you're,
no doubt.
I don't know. It's a lot. Where do you think that stems from?
He's regretting his decision big time, because he's making $5 more million with the Mets than he would have with the Yankees. I'm still shocked he left. I was really surprised that he left the Yankees. I thought he was staying there. But yeah, I think it's just because, they thought they'd be a lot better than they were. Maybe it's like, both guys want to be the stars of the team, and maybe, Soto said something to one of the teammates Lindor didn't like, or vice versa. Who knows? But I kind of think they might need to trade Lindor, because, they're not getting rid of Soto. Obviously, they can't. So if they're going to move a guy, it's going to be Lindor. And maybe that's the start of all this, because clearly whatever it is you're doing, it's not working. You got to shake it up. You got to mix it up. You'll get a good return for him. So I would not be surprised if we maybe see the Mets moving Lindor this offseason.
I would welcome him with open arms to the south side of Chicago. I know
Be a good
there's a
fit.
Colson Montgomery there. But Colson
be a
could,
good
Colson could move around places.
Slide over to third, maybe. Maybe you move Lindor to second, even, or they could figure it out.
Got Miguel right. I think second. I think Lindor is the kind of player, especially at his point in his career, where he'd be like, "Yeah, move me to second. It's all good." Colson, don't trip, baby. When you want a day off, I'll go play over there. Like, don't trip. I like what you guys got going on here. Then he comes in, plays second, and just gets to be Francisco Lindor. That would be heaven for me as a Puerto Rican guy from Chicago, a Sox fan. Have him playing second base. He would be because you love Chase Mydroff. Obviously, Rock Chalowski's going to find his place somewhere. But when you get an opportunity to get a guy like Francisco Lindor, you don't pass up those opportunities. You know what I mean? Like you would love that kind of injection of oomph in your lineup. Oh, let's not even talk about that. Let's talk about something else. That's too
Getting
exciting.
You all excited, man.
Yeah, that's too exciting.
Getting you all excited.
I gotta go to break. We gotta go to break. I gotta go to break.
We do. Let's take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll talk more NFL. Gabe's getting all hot and bothered thinking about the possibilities of Lindor in Chicago. PJ and Gabe, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
Can I also address what I think is an odd dynamic amongst baseball fans now that Scooble is in LA? I have seen, and I am on plenty of group chats with friends who are hardcore baseball fans. I have a friend who has like 5 fantasy baseball teams, and he's texting me about guys at AAA for other organizations. And I'm like, dude, I have no idea who you're talking about. I'm sorry. I appreciate the fact that you love it that much. I ain't there. But these people are saying, man, I can't wait to see someone get the Dodgers in October. Man, I'd love to see a Tampa-Milwaukee World Series. And I'll tell you right now, that's the last thing I want as a baseball fan. Look, would it be cool to have the Rays and the Brewers meet in the World Series? Yes. Would I get just the slightest little giggle at the Dodgers doing everything they've done and not even getting back to the World Series? Yes. Schadenfreude is a very strong emotion. But I'll tell you what I'm actually rooting for. And not rooting for like I got my blue and white pom-poms out. But rooting for in that I think it's what's best for the business of baseball. I want the Dodgers to go on an absolute tear. I want them to rip baseball to shreds down the stretch and then get to October and win 11 straight games, 10-0. I want the Dodgers to be an absolute behemoth in October and to crush everyone in their path so that we can all wake up in November, December, January and say, we told you so. We told you this is what was going to happen. We told you that if you continued to let the Dodgers run roughshod both financially over baseball and in getting to do whatever they want in acquiring Tarek Skubal, we told you this was going to happen. It is not a level playing field. Because what will happen if we don't get the Dodgers winning a third consecutive World Series and we do get that magical matchup between, say, I don't know, Tampa and Milwaukee, or I don't know, the White Sox go on a magical run. Sorry, Kenny. Yeah, that'd be a fun story. But no, I want the Yankees. I want the Dodgers. I want the two big money teams, or two of the big money teams, including the biggest. I want them there at the end of October.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez. Coming up in 15 minutes, we're going to have Sean Hammond, Chicago Bears beat reporter for the Chicago Tribune, join us to talk about the Bears, and then Gabe and I will preview the NFC North for the rest of hour number 3. So stick around for that. A promo to tell you about at BetMGM. If you're looking for bigger potential payouts, use your BetMGM Any Sport Parlay Boost token to increase the odds on an eligible parlay and take your wager to the next level. How does it work? You opt into the promotion, claim your Parlay Boost token, apply it to an eligible parlay wager across supported sports. If your boosted parlay wins, you'll receive an enhanced payout. Build it, boost it, BetMGM it. All right, so we're following the Major League Baseball that's going on right now. I'm watching the Orioles game. They're up 3-0 against the Angels. The Braves are up 3-0 on the Marlins. Red Sox 1-0 over the White Sox. Phillies 2-1 over the Nats. Mets 3-0 over the Guardians, and 1-1 A's and Reds. Those are the only scores that we have going on right now across the MLB. Gabe, let's talk Baltimore Ravens and Zay Flowers, because he signed a big extension yesterday, and he's saying that he hopes a Lamar extension follows him. Flowers said, I want him to be my QB until I am done playing, because to me, he is the best in the world. Gabe, where do you fall on the Lamar Jackson debate? Can you actually right now on the spot, can you give me your top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL? Can you give me the Gabe Ramirez power rankings? The top 5.
Oh, wow. I love that. I love that this comes without prep. This is great. I'll go backwards and I'll start with Caleb Williams. And that'll just be so that way I can have him included. Just so that way I can have him included. And I won't want to disrespect my fandom and my Bears Nation that's out there. I'll just throw him at 5 just because. And then I'll fill in the top 4 outside of that. Then I probably would go, let me see. I'd go, man, that's good. I know the top 3 that are coming to my head immediately are Patrick Mahomes at 1, Josh Allen at 2, and then Lamar at 3. And then number 4, I mean, you could just fill in the blank. Is it Joe Burrow? Is it, Matthew Stafford? Is it, you could plug one of those in there. But that would be my five.
That's your five,
Yeah.
the three. Okay. Because again, these lists have come out. ESPN drops the list. Lamar's 5. Then the NFL Network drops their top 100 players. Lamar's 69 on the list. And I'm just like, I've never seen a player try to get as disrespected as Lamar is. Like it blows my mind. That's why I am so excited for this season, Gabe, because I really think like the Ravens' failures, especially in the playoffs, was way more about John Harbaugh than it was about Lamar Jackson. And I think with the right with the right coaching staff that puts them in the right situations,
Wait, PJ, you're a Ravens fan? You're a Ravens fan?
I am.
Your emotions are bleeding through. And it is.
They're not though. See, you think they are. All right. I mean, you just had Caleb Williams in the top 5. Okay. So I mean, let's relax.
No. I am a homer. I'm a homer and I am a self-proclaimed. Everybody knows it. And I speak with a great lens over all myself. I don't come to me for the unbiased reporting. That I'm not that dude. That's not why I'm on the radio.
At least you're honest.
At least you're honest. That's not what I'm for. I would just say, when someone, I don't think anyone would say or correlate like poor coaching and Harbaugh, right? Outside of people from that enjoy the Baltimore Ravens. Like that's it. I think everyone else.
And that's the problem. And that's the problem is not enough people realize it. And that's fine. But I'm telling you, when you watch the Giants this year, you'll understand it. You'll understand it, Gabe.
What's the over-under for the Giants? What's the over-under for the Giants? And will they hit it? That's the question.
I think it's like
will they
6.5. It might be 7. No, under. 7.5 under.
Hammer it. PJ's hammer right there. That's great.
Gabe, here's the thing, man. Okay. This guy has a special teams background. Okay. It's not like he's a Ben Johnson or McVay offensively. And it's not like he's a Belichick
quarterback in the NFL. What are you talking about?
No, that's Jim Harbaugh. You're thinking about Jim, not John. Thinking about Jim.
What did John play?
John didn't play quarterback. He was like, I don't think he played in the NFL.
Oh. No?
Yeah.
I think he played in the NFL.
Nah.
He was a quarterback in the NFL too.
I don't think John Harbaugh played in the NFL.
Yeah, of course.
He did?
Yeah, of course.
No, he did not. He played college football as a defensive back at Miami University, Ohio, but went undrafted and immediately transitioned into coaching. And then he has completely ruined the last 6 years of my life is what he's done, quite frankly.
Then I'm wrong. Shout out to Miami of Ohio. That's where I got my master's at. That's great.
But Gabe, here's the stat I want you to remember about the Ravens that I want you to educate all the Chicago people when you go on all these shows and they talk about because the national media doesn't talk about this enough. And I want you to spread the good word because this is the issue that people don't realize with Lamar and the Ravens is that he has played in 8 playoff games in his career. You can even say he's played in 9 playoff games if you want to count that regular season finale against Pittsburgh that they played, right? In those 9 playoff games, how many turnovers do you think the Ravens defense has forced for Lamar Jackson in those 9 games?
Okay, now remember, before I answer, I do want to say that we talked about this. When you get to the playoffs, you're playing the best of the best. This is not, you're not playing, the Tennessee Titans and racking up 7 turnovers against them, right? So, but in 9 games, you should have mustered up, I would say, at least a half in each. So I'm going to say 4 turnovers.
Wow, they forced 3 turnovers. They forced 3 turnovers in 9 games. 3 turnovers.
But that sounds right.
I mean,
how many did you want? PJ?
Gabe, I watched Drake May's defense give him 6 turnovers against Houston this past year in 1 game.
Fair.
God, they've gotten him 3 in 9 playoff games. That's crazy. I mean, defense starts taking the ball away and help out their quarterback, he'll start finally winning games, but nobody wants to talk about that. It's just all Lamar's fault. It's all the blame. We'll talk Bears. Sean Hammond, we come back.
How many wide receivers can you name that you'd be more comfortable with than Zay Flowers? And I can rattle off at least 15. And again, this isn't a knock against Zay Flowers. All the names I'm about to rattle off are very good wide receivers. Chase, Nakua, JSN, St. Brown, CD, the aforementioned Justin Jefferson, Drake London, Nico Collins, George Pickens, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Chris Olave, T. Higgins, Malik Neighbors, Tet McMillan. I'd probably put, I'm a huge Emeka Egbuka fan. I'd probably put him ahead of Zay Flowers. I know some people would argue with me on that. I'm fine with it. Devontae Adams. I mean, I just rattled off close to 15 names, if not more. Zay Flowers is a good, very good at times wide receiver, and they needed to keep him in Baltimore. But he is not a top 5 nor even top 10 wide receiver in this league, and he's going to be paid like one probably throughout the term of this contract.
I think we have seen through a couple of practices that Brock Purdy and Mike Evans have it. Now, does that translate to the NFL regular season? Obviously, time will tell. And if Evans can't stay healthy, then, so what? But through 4 or 5 days of practice, we have seen Brock Purdy and Mike Evans connect on multiple deep balls towards the sideline, over the middle. Outside of rookie DeJon Stribling, Evans has been Purdy's favorite target. He gives him a chance to go up and get the football, and really, kind of like how Baker Mayfield did the last couple of years in Tampa Bay, just gives his Hall of Fame wide receiver a chance to catch the football. And I think for Niner fans, you see that and hear that after having to watch Kendrick Bourne and a hindered Juwan Jennings and an injured Ricky Pearsall and Malik Turner take snaps in the playoff game in Philadelphia, that is a sight for sore eyes.
A shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome back. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports, filling in for Pat and Brad here on a Wednesday. It is time to continue talking NFL. We're going to talk some NFC North coming up in this third hour as me and Gabe will break down, and we will talk about all the teams in the NFC North. We'll talk some Lions, some Vikings, some Packers, and the Chicago Bears. We're going to talk here with our guest, Sean Hammond, who you can give a follow to on X at Sean_Hammond, a Chicago Bears beat reporter for the Chicago Tribune. Sean, appreciate the time. Thanks so much for joining us. Man, just how exciting is it to be back at training camp and watching the Bears and just getting ready for the season upcoming?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me. I appreciate you guys having me on. And yeah, it's an exciting time. I mean, if you're a Bears fan, things are looking up. Training camp is here. You know, this is as hyped a season as we've had in several years and a long time now. And it's fun to be back out there. I mean, I missed it, man. Like we're back. 6 months without football is almost over. We're coming down the final stretch here.
Yeah, unbelievable that just tomorrow, we'll be able to have the Hall of Fame game. Sean, it's a pleasure to talk with you. When I go to training camps, there's always moments where you see people gravitate towards certain areas. In your time, this last couple of days, where do you feel like you've seen the most attention towards this Bears team? What has that been for you? What have you seen?
Yeah, well, certainly it's the early stages still. A couple of things have kind of caught my eye. One being just the continuity that this Bears team has on offense. I mean, those first couple of days, you could really feel that in terms of just like they're operating smoothly in and out of the huddle. All that, first year stuff is behind them. And that really wasn't the case. I mean, if you watch this offense during training camp last year, I don't know that you would have said it was a divisional round team. And right now, they're just operating a lot more smoothly, regardless of whether Caleb's making these amazing throws or not. Like it's definitely apparent that this is a team that's in year 2 of Ben Johnson. They pretty much got the same group back, and they all know what they're doing. And now I'm not saying it's been perfect. There's been good days, there's been bad days. I think yesterday on Tuesday, they were a little sloppy, false starts here and there, that type of thing. But that's what you expect in training camp. And then the other thing, I mean, look, everybody's talking about Luther Burden, and rightfully so. Like, you look at what you try to project what this offense is going to be with DJ Moore gone. He's a guy who played 85% of the snaps last year for your offense. And that's going to have to be divvied out elsewhere. And Luther Burden's going to get a lot of those looks. And so I think that's the obvious reason why there's been all this hype with the second-year receiver coming in, the 39th pick last year. But you watch them practice, and he really is all over the field. He is running routes from that. You can tell there's an expanded route tree, and they're making an effort to get him the ball.
Sean, the Bears just re-signed Darnell Wright to a big contract extension. Their offensive line was really good last year. Do they feel like they got the best unit in football up front with those 5 guys?
Oh, absolutely. They have to. I do think that's the approach they're taking. That's how they're feeling going into this season. I mean, they were a sneaky good rushing team last year. They finished 3rd in rushing yards, and they're talking about, we can improve this and improve that. And you look at the numbers and you're like, well, improving from 3rd, like, if your goal is not to be the best rushing attack in football, like, then what are we doing here? Like, that should be the goal. And you bring in Garrett Bradbury at center. He's a veteran who's going to step in for Drew Dahlman, who retired in March. And so far, I mean, some of the words that these, some of his teammates have said about Garrett So I think Cole Kmet used the word flawless in terms of that transition, and Braxton Jones was talking really highly of just how easily Garrett Bradbury has stepped into that role. And that's big because you got a young quarterback. The center is barking out those protections for the offensive line and taking stuff off of Caleb's plate. And so that's why they wanted a veteran. I know they drafted Logan Jones in the second round out of Iowa, but that's looking like more of a long-term play. This has been all Garrett Bradbury at center. And yeah, I mean, Joe Thuney, Jonah Jackson, those guys are rock solid. Darnell got the big contract yesterday. Fully deserving second-team All-Pro last year. He's missed 2 regular season games in his career. He played his best football under Ben Johnson this past season, and there's no reason to think that he can't keep getting better.
Yeah, and obviously, as you mentioned, deservedly so of that contract. I think back to Ozzie Trapillo at rookie camp last year, where there was not even a thought of him playing right tackle. Like it's like, no, okay, can't get in the right side, or can't get on the left side. Okay, now, Ozzie, you chill out for a second, see what we're gonna do. And Darnell has been that mainstay, on that team. And Ben Johnson talked about we talk about the rushing attack and wanting it to be creeping towards the best in the league, or trying to, for that matter. You heard Ben Johnson mention that he loves 13 personnel, and he talked about Logan Jones, but they also got Sam Roush, the tight end, to help contribute to that. Why do you feel like the Bears offense, right? Because most people thought it'd be this run and gun Detroit style. Why do you feel like it's began to lean more towards this run dominant way, as opposed to maybe opening it up the way that maybe some Bears fans thought it was going to be?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is as much a factor of just what's going on across the league. You look at the Rams, they ran more than twice as much 13 personnel as the second place team, and they were the number 1 offense in football last year. And so team Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan, those, Ben Johnson, throw his name in there too. These coaches are always looking for that next thing. And just the way that teams are putting 5 DBs out there. I mean, the tight ends, if you can have multiple tight ends who can both run block and run routes and catch passes, it's only going to confuse the defense even more. I mean, you watch the tape on what the Bears were doing last year. Like, sometimes they're just sending those tight ends in motion simply to get a certain angle in the run blocking. And if you got 3 guys who can sort of create that havoc, that's absolutely what Ben Johnson wants to do. And it's going to create mismatches too. I think in the same way that Luther Burden is a guy that you're going to kind of move around the formation to try to get matched up against a linebacker, get one of those mismatches. You can say the same thing with these bigger tight ends. Sam Roush is, he sort of comes in with the reputation of being a blocker first, but he caught a decent amount of passes at Stanford. And so I really think they want all 3 of those guys to do everything.
We're talking with Sean Hammond here on BetMGM tonight, Chicago Bears beat reporter for the Chicago Tribune. Give Sean a follow on X at Sean_Hammond. Sean, talk to me about Caleb Williams and obviously year 2 with him and Ben Johnson. What have you been seeing out of camp? His command, especially at the line of scrimmage. Do you feel like he's totally got this offense under wraps and the team is really looking at him as a leader? What have kind of been your thoughts and observations so far?
Yeah, like I said, there's been some days where it's sloppy, but I would say overall, and preface this with it's still early. They just put the pads on Monday, so we're only a couple of days into the real part of training camp. But I would say that his command of the offense is like night and day in terms of where he was at this point last year, just learning Ben Johnson's offense. And you talk about the big conversation with Caleb is the consistency, and that's what Ben Johnson wants to see from him. At the same time, they're not going to coach out the magic qualities that he has, those amazing throws and his ability to create when a play breaks down. But you look at things like the completion percentage and if he can just play within the offense a little bit more and every now and then take an easy one, those numbers are going to go up. And I think that's really what they're expecting here. And being in that offense for a second year is huge. That's a big reason why guys like Ben Johnson are getting these head coaching jobs, because they're not in that position where even if the offensive coordinator leaves, they still have Ben at the top and they still have that continuity between the coach and the quarterback. I'd say, it's early. Things have looked good. There's been a couple of really impressive throws from Caleb. Every once in a while, you see him do that. At the same time, too, there was a play in practice the other day where it kind of broke down and Caleb scrambled out of the pocket to the left, and you kind of see them working through those scramble drill things. Like Caleb lofted one over the top, and Luther Burden slowed up a little, and they sort of had that conversation afterwards of like, okay, if this happens, what are we going to do? How do we make sure we hit that play because it was there? Things like that at this time of year. I would say, ask me that question again in a week or two, and I would probably have a little bit more confident answer for you.
Well, Sean, the Bears are going to have to score points, right? I mean, they're going to have to be at the top of the league and putting numbers up and outscoring teams, especially at the beginning of the season. We've heard about the injury to Kobe Bryant. We know Kyler Gordon is going to be unavailable at the beginning of the season. And you have, rookie Dylan Thieneman that's in the back there settling in. And Cam Lewis, obviously, you brought him over from the Buffalo Bills. He wasn't necessarily expected to be your starter in that situation, but more of a veteran type guy. What can you say about this defense? And, you talk about continuity.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't had much of it on that side, especially with some of the newer guys they're bringing in.
No, it's definitely been a little bit bigger project on that side this offseason. I really liked the addition of Kobe Bryant and obviously Dylan Thieneman. Like the draft played out exactly perfectly to get a guy like that. And it's unfortunate that Kobe's got this injury now, 8 to 10 weeks with his knee injury. You're looking at like late September at the earliest. Cam Lewis is a guy like, this is why you have a guy like Cam Lewis on the roster. He's a veteran. He's played 70 plus games, a lot of time on special teams, but he can be your backup. Before Kobe went out, he was playing a little nickel here and there too. It's going to be a work in progress with those guys. And I really do think that defensive coordinator Dennis Allen is looking at this holistically. You talk about like trying to improve their pass rush, and they really didn't add any defensive ends, but Dennis's approach is more so, well, if we can improve that secondary, if we can get faster at that linebacker position with a guy like Devin Bush, that's only gonna make the quarterback have to wait a tick longer, and then hopefully some of those guys up front are able to close in on the opposing quarterback. It's all going to be a work in progress. Another interesting like nugget that Dennis and Ben Johnson have been saying is that they kind of thought they focused a little bit too more on the scheme last year with their defensive guys, and maybe got away from some of those fundamentals. And you talk to some players who are going through these practices. I was talking to Dio Dangbo today, and it's more about it's less about the X's and O's and more about the energy that we want to play with, and that's especially with those guys up front, and that is the type of thing that Dennis Allen is trying to instill in these guys, and it's going to be a work in progress. It's hard to really get a good read on it, especially in practice when you're not really hitting your own teammates.
Sean, the Bears are such an interesting team going into this season, especially when you have kind of the dream season that they did last year, all those thrilling fourth quarters, the crazy comebacks, end to finish games. So, going into this year, it's a lot of questions. Is Ben Johnson this good? Can Caleb take the next step? Will the defense be improved? So many different things. For you, like, what do you think is the biggest question you want answered or you're eager to find out about the Bears this season?
I mean, it's still, for me, when I think big picture, I'm still thinking Caleb. I'm still thinking about the offense in the sense of, you don't want this thing to be a one-hit wonder. We saw the 2018 Bears, and obviously that was a very different team that won the NFC North that year. They were really led by that defense. And then it came out and flopped the next year, and the Matt Nagy era was never really the same after that. You don't want this to be a one-hit wonder, and there's a ton of reasons why I don't think it will be. But you look at what's coming up this year, you want to see Caleb Williams sort of take that next step. Obviously, last year, 3,900 passing yards, set the franchise record. Those were all amazing things for if you're a Chicago Bears fan. And look, if this thing's real, if he's the real deal, you want your quarterback to be in that MVP conversation. You want to see him be a top 10 quarterback. And this is going to be a big year in determining just exactly that. Can they be the type of team that's going to be in it year after year after year? I'm less worried about the defense. The thing with the defense is, to me, they don't have to get that much better. I mean, they were already in the divisional round last year, and they were kind of leaky. They were fortunate in the turnover department. If they get a little bit better and you have an offense that's rolling like Ben Johnson's offense with Caleb last year, I mean, you're going to be in every single game.
When you're looking at Rome Odunze, I'm a big Pac-12 After Dark. That was my jam. I loved it. Michael Penix to Rome Odunze was something I watched often, Sean. And so I'm a firm believer in Rome Odunze's abilities. I was equally as excited as Brian Poles was that, the Bears were able to draft him. A lot of people are down on him, though, especially after having, injury-plagued couple seasons, When in your mind, when you're looking at Rome Odunze, not necessarily on potential, but ability to reach his ceiling, is that something that you have confidence in when you're thinking about a guy like Rome Odunze?
I still do. I don't doubt that Rome Odunze can be a really, really top tier wide receiver in this league. I think you look at, there's a lot of, like you said, folks out there are maybe a little bit down, and everybody's talking about Luther Burden and Colston Loveland. But to me, you look at those first 12 games before Rome got hurt, and it was very apparent that connection that he has with Caleb, and really that he's had since their rookie year, even when they were going through offensive woes under Shane Waldron and all that. I mean, they have a really good connection, and he was by far, through those first 12 games last year, Caleb's favorite target, and easily the number one option in this offense. And really, it was only after Rome went down where some other guys had to step up. And I do expect that to still look, they have all these weapons. They do. They have Colston, they have Luther, they have Rome, Cole Kmet, all these guys. And part of Ben's philosophy is to pepper it around, and you're going to try to keep that defense guessing. You don't know who's going to be the big target in any particular game, but I still do think that there is an opportunity here for Rome to sort of assert himself as the number one receiver, even given all the Luther Burden hype, all that stuff. We don't really know how this is going to play out, but I think if Rome is healthy, he can absolutely be that. And really, that foot injury was nagging him well before he sat out. And so he was doing it, he was playing injured a little bit through that middle part of the season. I think this is a big year for Rome for all those reasons, but I think as long as he's healthy, I think he is primed for a good year.
Sean, before we let you go, going to put you on the spot, man. Who do you like to win the NFC? Who do you like to win the NFC North Division?
Ooh. At this point in early August, my gut is telling me the Detroit Lions. I just think that offense is not going to be quiet for long. I do think that they're going to have a bounce back year and be really dangerous. Man, it's tough. This is it. Especially, I don't know what's going on with Kyler Murray and the Vikings right now, but if the Vikings, they could be pesky. This could be the best division in football again. I do think the Lions, the Packers, the Bears, any one of those three teams can win it. But man, I've seen what that Lions offense can be, and I know they don't have Ben Johnson anymore, but I think that they're going to be able to work some things out and get that thing rolling again.
Sean, great stuff, man. Sean Hammond, Chicago Bears beat reporter for the Chicago Tribune. Give him a follow on X at Sean_Hammond. Kind enough to join us here on BetMGM tonight. Sean, have a great season. Hope to catch up with you again soon.
All right. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Great stuff from Sean Hammond talking some Chicago Bears. All right, we're going to take a quick time out here. BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez. We heard Sean's thoughts on the Bears. When we come back, Gabe and I will discuss Chicago along with Green Bay, Detroit, Minnesota, and look at the NFC North here. Westwood One Sports.
I think the SEC and the Big Ten had a good reason to stand foot on not pulling together TV media rights because the viewership numbers are totally different in the Big Ten and the SEC than they are anywhere else in college football. But that's a topic for another day. Just to give you a rundown, right now, the House versus NCAA Act that passed 2 summers ago set the revenue sharing cap at $21.3 million. We've drastically exceeded that in football alone. The highest paid roster per reporting is Texas at about $48.5 million this coming up year. That cap will be raised under this new bill, Save College Sports, from $21.3 million to $48.8 million, more than doubling the amount of money you can actually give out of the revenue sharing cap. However, they are going to have much more stern NIL processes. In other words, and I said this on our show in layman's terms, pay for play is no more. You're going to be able to give them a portion of the revenue sharing cap and a larger portion of that. However, these deals that you sign outside of the revenue sharing is actually going to have to be legitimized. Okay, it's going to have to pass through whatever governing body that they have. It's going to get actually filtered through. You're not going to be able to have some local car dealership who has a multi-million-dollar owner who happens to be a big fan of your football program give your defensive tackle $800,000. Like, that's not what this is going to be moving forward. Believe it or not, that's what we have currently. Right now, we just have these massive boosters that just say, I want to give that guy $900,000 and label it name, image, and likeness. No, it is not. That is not legitimate marketing. You're not getting a return on investment on that. That's money laundering. That's money washing is what that looks like right now. That's the current stature that we have in college football. This should alleviate some of that and bring legitimacy to how we are paying athletes and at least some transparency as well. By the way, if this gets voted on, Ross Dellinger reports that it's going to get the required votes. The required votes is 60. There's rumors that they're going to be north of 80 in terms of approval on the Senate floor. It's also going to bring a one-time transfer rule back to college football, which I think would be the saving grace for this sport, because the constituents that I talk to down here in the South and around in college football, I can't tell you how many times, guys, I hear the words like, or some verbiage of, man, this isn't the college football that I grew up on. I have no idea who my football team is. Every year I wake up, we got 70 new football players. What the heck is this? This should alleviate a lot of that. There's a lot of football players that I go through where it's like Darian Mensah, for example, started at Tulane, went to Duke, now is at Miami. He's gone to 3 schools. There's a lot of athletes that go 4 over 4. They transfer to 4 different schools. They're just highest bidder every offseason. Where can I transfer and get some more money? We're going to cut that down a lot if this passes, because after you get the one free ride, and then after that, you got to sit out a year if you want to leave your ultimate program. So I think that should help some of this poaching as well, because if you've already made one move and I want to bring you onto my roster, I'm not going to do so if you've got to sit out for a year, right? The Duke and Miami thing probably wouldn't have happened under this current stature, because I'm not going to go poach Darian Mensah off Duke's roster if he's got to sit for 12 months when he gets here. I need him to play now. So they'll go find somebody who actually can play now. They're also going to implement a 5-year eligibility rule, 5 to play 5. Pretty simple. Once you turn 19, once you enroll in college, you have 5 years to play 5 years of football. No more red shirts, no more medicals, no more none of that. We're not going to have these 7-year seniors playing college football. I think that's pretty good, and college athletics in general. Also, a ban on professional athletes returning to college football or returning to college athletics. This is a big thing in college basketball. Seen a lot of G Leaguers coming back to to NCAA basketball. It's nonsense. I'm not here for that. Once you sign a professional contract, buddy, you have the die has been cast. It is no longer time for you to come back to college. I think it's also important for player protection purposes that they're trying to establish an agency registry. Man, we've got some absolute crooks and criminals right now representing these athletes. I'm going to put that in air quote, representing these athletes. Some of these agents are taking somewhere of like 20% cut off these kids. And God only knows how qualified these agents actually are, because there is no registry pool right now. So they're trying to establish an agent registry while also capping agents' take at 5%. I think that's good for the protection of athletes.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
Thanks again to Sean Hammond for joining us, Bears beat reporter for the Chicago Tribune. Really good stuff from Sean. As myself, PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez, we are now going to preview the NFC North. And Gabe, you told me you were a homer, so I have a feeling you're going to be pretty high on your Bears this season.
As I should.
I'm going to say something that's going to be controversial to you, to Brandon, to Monty, all our guys behind the scenes that are Bears fans. And I definitely could be wrong. And Caleb Williams is your quarterback. You guys know him better than I do. My take on Caleb, though, Gabe, is I think he's Jalen Hurts in a sense where I think both guys, I watch them play, and I'll say a majority of the game for me, they're just like blech, you know? Like there are too many games I watch. There are too many like long stretches of time in a game where I watch them, and I'm just kind of uninspired. You know, maybe they'll make a play here or there, but I just find myself thinking, I don't know how I feel about this.
Made your point. You made your point. You don't gotta.
I don't know.
You slander my quarterback for.
I don't know how good he is.
2 minutes.
So the reason I compare him to Jalen Hurts is because, you know, I think both guys for a majority of the game are just okay. Jalen turns it on in the big games. He's great in the postseason, great in the Super Bowl. Caleb turns it on in the fourth quarter and late in games when he's really good. But the reason I just can't get there like you guys can, and you're sold he's the guy, from just the games I watch and what I see, I think more often than not, Gabe, it's just like if they're playing a 60-minute football game, I want to say like 40 minutes of that game, I'm just watching Caleb and I'm just like, you know, he's all right. Like, you know, I don't feel like this is the next big thing. I don't feel like this is like an MVP quarter. You know, I just think he's there. So that's my take. You can slander me.
I don't know where to begin, my friend. You know, I just left the office and my wife's like, "How's it going?" I said, "Oh my God, I love working with PJ. This has been fun, fantastic, fun. He's cool." And now I got to go back upstairs on the next commercial break and tell her I was all wrong about
rip up the paper. It's all rip up the paper. It's done. Rip it up.
Listen, okay. First, I want to validate your feelings. Okay, there's no doubt about it. If you were to go back and watch, as I did, every single Bears game of last season, it does leave a disgusting taste in your mouth when you see the lack of productivity in the first three quarters of the majority of games, right? Caleb can certainly get you points at the end of either half in the 2-minute, 4-minute situation. No one's arguing against that. It's about the complete makeup of a game that allows you to creep into an area. Now, Caleb, myself, I don't think he'll ever be a top 3 quarterback, right? And I said that last year doing post games. Caleb, I don't think he's going to be a top 3 quarterback in the NFL. But if he, like Jalen Hurts, can find himself in the top 10, then the Bears have an opportunity to win a Super Bowl, just like Jalen Hurts did, right? And so you can find other pieces in other moments, but it's about, you know, getting the job done. And the other thing is, and I'm not only saying it because Ben Johnson is there. It's more so, you know, the biggest difference in college to the NFL, specifically for Caleb Williams, is that he always had teams on his back. And when he gets to the NFL, there's talent around him. And I think what he's learning, especially at this stage in his career, is that he can lean on this extraordinary talent that he has alongside him, and he can just contribute in that way. And I think that's the biggest transition that he's going to make in his game in order to propel him to get into the top 10 comfortably, where I put him at 5 earlier in the show. But I think it's small things, right? When you do think about Ben Johnson, Darnell Wright, perfect example. We talk about his contract extension that he got earlier today. He's quoted as saying, Ben Johnson instilled a level of confidence in me I didn't know I had. Now, this is a guy who played tackle at Tennessee in the SEC against the biggest names. You know, you're talking about Will Anderson, etc., fill in the blanks with whoever. And now you're telling me after all that, shutting him down, not allowing the fewest sacks out of any left tackle, all of a sudden, Ben Johnson came and gave you some confidence? So if I could just take that, a snapshot of that, and then they asked Caleb Williams during preseason press conferences, you know, what is Ben Johnson doing that really pushes the button? He's like, he knows how to rile me up, right? He knows what to do. So when you got a puppet master, you got Geppetto over Pinocchio, you know what I'm saying? Like, now you can only hope that Ben, just like you, PJ, just like you, just like us, we're not oblivious to it as Bears fans. We saw the gap that exists from where Caleb Williams is at to greatness where we want him to go. But so did Ben Johnson. So did Caleb Williams. And these are things that they are going to work on to not necessarily eliminate the gap, but to shrink the gap. And in shrinking the gap and more time in the system and more time in the NFL, again, I want to remove Ben Johnson from that equation. More time in the NFL, you understand the nuances of it. You understand your routine. You know, I liken it to this, PJ. You know how you watch, like, you discover a show on TV, okay? First season, right? Everybody likes it. The next season it comes out, the characters look a little bit more fit. They got a little haircut. Everything's why? Because they got re-upped with the money. They know what they're doing now. Everybody's flowing. That's Caleb Williams right now. He's been in this. He gets it. He's there now. He's appreciating what he has in the moment. So there will be a leap. How big is it? I don't know. I can't tell you that. But I can tell you he's going to look better than it did last year. Like, you're gonna watch Caleb Williams. You're going to have a different impression of him. Will it be that he's a top 5 quarterback? Maybe not. But will it be that he's the top 10? I think it will. I think it'll be a more convincing performance throughout the course of a season. You know, when you're talking about victories, health, numbers, he's going to get to 4,000. Like, these are the metrics that you're going to be looking for in a top 10 quarterback. And I think he'll be able to get there. Similar to Jalen Hurts, who was at one point a top 10 quarterback in the NFL.
Totally fair. And I think and I get it, you know, and after this season, that's why I think this is such a big season for Caleb and the Bears. Like, this happens all the time in sports, you know, when a team has, and we were talking about this with Sean, like, and he was talking about the 2018 Bears with Trubisky, how they had that great season and it was a one-hit wonder. Now, just about none of us think this is going to be a one-hit wonder. Like, the coach is too good, the quarterback's too talented, their offensive line's too good. Like, it's just like the Bears aren't going to go 6-11 this year. Like, it'd be very shocking if that happened, especially if they stay healthy. But I think for me, it's like the way that the season went for them last year in terms of the games that they won, all those fourth quarter comebacks, man, all the excitement. Like, as fans, you know, you get those seasons every once in a while. They're magical where you're winning all the one-score games. You're finding ways to win every single week. I mean, those 2 wins that they had against the Packers, unbelievable. That Bengals game, the back and forth, was maybe the game of the season in the NFL. That was great. The Raiders win was crazy. They had a bunch of those where, as we saw with the Chiefs, 2 years ago, Kansas City wins every one-score game. Last year, they lose every one-score game. So my thing with the Bears is I don't doubt that Caleb doesn't have a clutch gene. Like, I think he's really good in the fourth quarter, and I think he's going to be good in the fourth quarter this year. My only thing is, you know, as you know, like, it's not sustainable when the margin of error is so thin in the NFL. All these teams are good. Anybody can beat anybody. It's just not a good way to live. You know, the best quarterbacks in the league, the dominant quarterbacks, they're their teams, for the most part, tend to win by margin a little bit, and they tend to be consistent throughout a game. And that's all I just want to see more out of Caleb. I just want to feel like I turn on a game, first quarter, first drive, late second quarter, and he's just playing great because the talent just oozes off the screen. I mean, he makes throws when he's on the run and he makes throws out of the bootleg. I mean, you're just like, my God, the arm talent, right? So that's my thing with Caleb. I put him in that grouping with like, a Justin Herbert almost, of like the talent is there. You gotta, for me, I just got to see it a little bit more consistent.
No, of course. And I think again, everyone agrees with that sentiment. Everyone in the Bears organization, Caleb Williams, they want that level of consistency as well. I think another thing is valuing each possession, where I think maybe last year there was this arrogance by both head coach and quarterback that I'm going to be able to get back to the red zone the next time I touch the ball anyway. So I'm going to be reckless in certain situations. Or I also think if you go back and watch a lot of these games, Ben Johnson didn't have the confidence in Caleb Williams in the first 8 games of the season that he had in the last 9, where when the Bears got into the gold zone 30 yards and in, he was pounding the rock instead of giving Caleb Williams an opportunity to put it in the corner of an end zone on any route, right? And so I think that will change. And then I think it's, I like when I look at gambling, I know you said you're saving a lot of your bullets for the NFL season. When I look at gambling, especially in the NFL, I like to look at it as if, it's a math problem. And I'm like, all right, each team's going to get 10 opportunities to go score a touchdown. Which team is going to score a touchdown on more of those instances? And then does the line match up with that thinking that I have? And I think where the Bears, Caleb will value possessions more. So therefore, I will look at them as a team, or they will be a team. I'll make that declaration. They will be a team that scores on more possessions than they did last year, because I think that they'll value those moments that they are in the gold zone, they are in the red zone to put points on the board. And so I think that's where you're going to see the small nuances, because you're right. I do want to watch the first. I don't want Caleb to have to come back in games. I would like if the Bears were up 10, 14, 7, and the team came back to tie it, and all Caleb had to do was just get a field goal, to win the game, right? As opposed to having to score 2 touchdowns, get an interception, get an onside kick, and then maybe he throw a Hail Mary over there. Yes, I would like this game script to look a little different, next year. I think it will. I genuinely think it will. I think everybody wants to be great, but when you're paired with a good coach, and that puts you in a position that is seeing greatness, right? And seeing, listen, you don't have to go far to go, to look at the Lions and say, hey, who's under center over there? You see his completion percentage over there. You can always throw that in the back of your, coaching for a guy like Caleb, and he's going to use that as fire. You know what I'm saying?
See, that's the thing for me about the NFC North is I'm not as high on the quarterbacks as most people are. I'm not as high on Goff. I don't think Goff's a top 10 quarterback. I don't think Jordan Love is a top 10 quarterback. So we can talk about that when we come back. But that is the Bears preview. We'll talk Packers, Lions, and Vikings on the other side. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports, PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez.
Can I also address what I think is an odd dynamic amongst baseball fans now that Scooble is in LA? I have seen, and I am on plenty of group chats with friends who are hardcore baseball fans. I have a friend who has like 5 fantasy baseball teams, and he's texting me about guys at AAA for other organizations. And I'm like, dude, I have no idea who you're talking about. I'm sorry. I appreciate the fact that you love it that much. I ain't there. But these people are saying, man, I can't wait to see someone get the Dodgers in October. Man, I'd love to see a Tampa-Milwaukee World Series. And I'll tell you right now, that's the last thing I want as a baseball fan. Look, would it be cool to have the Rays and the Brewers meet in the World Series? Yes. Would I get just the slightest little giggle at the Dodgers doing everything they've done and not even getting back to the World Series? Yes. Schadenfreude is a very strong emotion. But I'll tell you what I'm actually rooting for. And not rooting for like I got my blue and white pom-poms out. But rooting for in that I think it's what's best for the business of baseball. I want the Dodgers to go on an absolute tear. I want them to rip baseball to shreds down the stretch and then get to October and win 11 straight games, 10-0. I want the Dodgers to be an absolute behemoth in October and to crush everyone in their path so that we can all wake up in November, December, January and say, we told you so. We told you this is what was going to happen. We told you that if you continued to let the Dodgers run roughshod both financially over baseball and in getting to do whatever they want in acquiring Tarek Skubal, we told you this was going to happen. It is not a level playing field. Because what will happen if we don't get the Dodgers winning a 3rd consecutive World Series and we do get that magical matchup between, say, I don't know, Tampa and Milwaukee, or I don't know, the White Sox go on a magical run. Sorry, Kenny. Yeah, that'd be a fun story. But no, I want the Yankees. I want the Dodgers. I want the 2 big money teams, or 2 of the big money teams, including the biggest. I want them there at the end of October.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
PJ Glasser and Gabe Ramirez back here with you, wrapping up this 3rd hour of BetMGM Tonight. We're talking NFC North. We just broke down the Chicago Bears in the last segment. Really, we've talked Bears in the last 2 segments. We had Sean Hammond on to kick off the hour. Gabe, it's time to look at the other 3 teams. Let's start with the Lions. They're the favorites once again to win the division. Sean Hammond said they would be his pick to win this division. Lions are interesting, right? Ben Johnson gets taken away. Defensive coordinator gets taken away. That offense is still elite on paper. People have their questions about the defense. Where are you on Detroit? Do you think they bounce back and make the playoffs this season?
No, no. I think people underestimate, what big of an impact not just Ben Johnson, but also Aaron Glenn had on this team. And the way I've tried to explain it to some is, if you're the Detroit Lions with that coaching staff and you get as far as, you have as much success as you have over a course of several seasons, and then both your coordinators lead to get head coaching jobs. So there's this justification as to why you would listen to them and buy into their philosophies. And you say, yeah, these guys were head coaches. That's why I did that. Look at they went on to be head coaches in the league. And then you bring in these new coordinators. And then let's not forget, you do have personalities on offense and defense. Aiden Hutchinson is a personality. Okay, Branch, personality on defense. Offensive side of the ball, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown with his friggin' podcast. Like, you have personalities. And so now when you bring in these new coordinators that are trying to implement their own philosophies to a team that has already reached damn near the promised land, and now you're trying to sell them on this new dream, and they're like, man, this is some BS. And so, like, I'm talking about psychologically, right, PJ? Like, what teams deal with. And so last year you kind of saw it, and I've never been a big fan of Dan Campbell, the coach. I remember his first year when he had those coordinators, and they looked like the laughingstock of the NFL. And so to lose your actual coordinators that went on to get head coaching jobs and to try to make do with what you have, again, their team has not gotten better. They lose David Montgomery, which I think that was a big part of their identity on offense, the two-headed monster. Jahmyr Gibbs obviously is out of this world as a running back. And Amon-Ra and Jared Goff are always going to get the job done. But it's up here. It's between the ears. And, calling the right play in the right times, having the right scheme out there. Coordinators are so valuable in that, and you see it in real time with the Detroit Lions. So, no, I think they don't sit atop the NFC North. I think they do not make the playoffs. I think other teams will leapfrog them. And inevitably they're going to deal with injuries at some point because that's what Jahmyr Gibbs does. That's what that's what these guys do, and it's gonna pay. Listen, I told you I'm a homer. I could talk trash about any team in the NFC North. Put them on the table. I'll chop them up, PJ. I don't care who it is. I'll tell you why they won't beat out the Bears for a top spot the division.
Look, I think the reason to like the Lions this year is because they finished last in the division last season. So they get all the last place teams in the NFC, plus they get the AFC East, so they play the Dolphins and the Jets, and then they get the NFC South, as do the other North teams. But I think that's the reason that a lot of people are looking to fade the Lions, or that are looking to back the Lions this season, is because the schedule is just very favorable. I mean, on paper, like all the bad teams in the NFL, they pretty much play outside of like Cleveland. They play Arizona, they play the Jets, they play the Dolphins, they play Tennessee. They play all these teams right now whose win totals are towards the bottom of the league. They do have road trips to Buffalo, and then obviously, they got to play the divisional opponents on the road as well. But I think you look at the Lions' schedule, they probably do get to double-digit wins because of the schedule. And, again, I'm not a golf guy. I think he is just like the quintessential, he's good because of the situation that he's in. Like, you put Jared Goff on like Tampa, or you put him on even like, the Titans or something like that. I don't think he's anything special. But you put him with all those weapons and a good offensive line in front of him, then, yeah, he's going to make some plays and he's going to do good things. So I don't love the Lions in like the futures market or anything like that. I still have my questions about the defense, but I do think they make the playoffs just because the schedule is so favorable. So we'll see how the Lions season goes. What about a team that is near and dear to your heart, the Green Bay Packers, who you just absolutely love? They're in Chicago. They're an interesting one. The Packers, I feel like for so long under Matt LaFleur, it's like they have the least amount of volatility of anyone. You know what I mean? It feels like you can almost pencil in Green Bay anywhere from 8 to 11 wins, and that's where they're going to be. They're not going to get 7 or less. They're not going to get 12 or more, but they're going to get 8 to 11. And that's just kind of how I feel about them again this year, because they don't have anything special on their team. They don't have any elite players on their team. But they got a lot of good players. They got some quality guys. LaFleur is a decent coach. Green Bay is a tough one. I don't really have a strong feel for them. I think they would miss the playoffs if I had to bet anything. But what are your thoughts on the Pack?
Yeah, I think their success is dependent on their defense, right? If Michael Parsons comes back in week 6 or 7 as he's targeted himself, he's an impact player, right? And when you're really looking at guys that define that phrase, where in a league full of the most talented athletes, right, you get a guy that could be a disruptor on defense as Michael Parsons can. Javon Hargrave obviously dealing with injuries. So like those two guys, you put them with Lucas Van Ness, Edgerrin Cooper, Zaire Franklin, Xavier McKinney. They have a really good defense, but they got to be healthy in order to really make an impact. And the reason being is because if your defense can't perform at that level, then you can hide some of the mistakes of your offense. And I do think they are an overrated offense where, granted, you're lucky to be able to lean on Josh Jacobs, right? You were lucky to have split up your dynamic duo and landed on Josh Jacobs. Jordan Love, maybe not the best decision maker, right? You have so many talented wide receivers on your team, which the front office has spent crazy draft capital on first and second round picks to get these guys going. But, no one has been able to stand out from those guys. Sky Moore was, I'm thinking of even two that are on a deep other depth chart, Bo Melton, Sky Moore. Just more names that they've just been throwing at Jordan Love. So again, I think you're absolutely right. You hit it on the head when you're talking about being an 8 to 10 win team, right? Like that's who you are. You might win 10, you might win 8, but you're going to be in that window. 7 is not going to be your number because you're too good, and 11 is not going to be your number because you're not good enough. So I think they 100%. Fall right in that window that you're talking about.
I agree. It's a good call about the defense. We'll see when Parson ends up coming back. He said yesterday he's eyeing week 6 against Dallas. That feels some wishful thinking there on his part. It feels like more so like week 10, week 11. You could see Micah. But yeah, man, I kind of think Green Bay is like, they are like a 500 kind of team, and I expect them to fall right in that range. A lot of people are expecting big things from Matthew Golden this season. They think with Romeo Doubs leaving, Christian Watson probably still being the number 1 there, but they think a lot of people think this could be a breakout year for Matthew Golden. So we'll see what happens with Green Bay. And then finally the Minnesota Vikings, who very interesting team here, Gabe, because you do have one of the better coaches in the league in KOC, great defensive coordinator in Brian Flores. The defense is solid. And Kyler Murray, we saw what a change of scenery Baker going to Tampa did for him, what Darnold going to Minnesota did for him. Like you see it with some of these quarterbacks, and maybe Kyler is this next guy getting that coaching, throwing to Justin Jefferson. Like maybe he is a great year, and they could be a team to watch. What are your thoughts on the Vikings here in about a minute?
It's the scariest team in the NFC North to me. All right, you're talking about Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison are world beaters, right? World beaters, true in the literal sense, world beaters. And you're thinking about, Marvin Harrison Jr. He's not he was an established body, right? He's great. We know he's good and hands are awesome, but you're going to get bona fide stars here. And I think Kyler Murray, especially when you talk about scheme, you're talking about weapons around you and their offensive line, right? Like he's going to be able to put up points. There were a lot of instances where J.J. McCarthy destroyed games himself, right, that they could have won. And I know they're confident in having a guy like Kyler Murray there to knock things out. So scariest team in the division right there, PJ.
The more we talk about it and Minnesota, you could be right. That Kyler Murray pairing with KOC, I could see that. The coaching staff's great, and if they can get the most, look, if he was able to get something out of Sam Darnold with Kyler's skill set, he might be able to unlock something there as well. All right, we come back. We're going to play a little Sports Jeopardy here on BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez.
This
How many wide receivers can you name that you'd be more comfortable with than Zay Flowers? And I can rattle off at least 15. And again, this isn't a knock against Zay Flowers. All the names I'm about to rattle off are very good wide receivers. Chase, Nakua, JSN, St. Brown, CD, the aforementioned Justin Jefferson, Drake London, Nico Collins, George Pickens, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Chris Olave, T. Higgins, Malik Neighbors, Tet McMillan. I'd probably put, I'm a huge Emeka Egbuka fan. I'd probably put him ahead of Zay Flowers. I know some people would argue with me on that. I'm fine with it. Devontae Adams. I mean, I just rattled off close to 15 names, if not more. Zay Flowers is a good, very good at times wide receiver, and they needed to keep him in Baltimore. But he is not a top 5 nor even top 10 wide receiver in this league, and he's going to be paid like one probably throughout the term of this contract.
I think we have seen through a couple of practices that Brock Purdy and Mike Evans have it. Now, does that translate to the NFL regular season? Obviously, time will tell. And if Evans can't stay healthy, then, so what? But through 4 or 5 days of practice, we have seen Brock Purdy and Mike Evans connect on multiple deep balls towards the sideline, over the middle. Outside of rookie Dejon Stribling, Evans has been Purdy's favorite target. He gives him a chance to go up and get the football, and really, kind of like how Baker Mayfield did the last couple of years in Tampa Bay, just gives his Hall of Fame wide receiver a chance to catch the football. And I think for Niner fans, you see that and hear that after having to watch Kendrick Bourne and a hindered Juwan Jennings and an injured Ricky Pearsall and Malik Turner take snaps in the playoff game in Philadelphia, that is a sight for sore eyes.
day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez back here with you. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. 2 hours left to go here with you on a Wednesday night. Show is rocking and rolling. Major League Baseball underway, and not a great night for us in the going streaking department. 5 of us on the show made a pick, Gabe, and so far all of us are 0 for 4, I should say. Brandon's guy, Randy Rosarena, has not played yet. But my guy, Bobby Witt, is Bobby hitless. Murakami, for you, does not have a hit. Kyle Stowers for Monty does not have a hit. And Rafaela for Lee in Boston does not have a hit either. But you know what? A lot of game left. All those guys will get at least 1 or 2 more at bats. So we got ball left. We'll see if those guys can turn it around. But not looking good here at the halfway mark in going streaking. But to turn those frowns upside down, it's time for a little trivia. Gabe, I'm a big trivia guy. I don't know about you, man, but when Brandon Combs put Sports Jeopardy in the rundown, I said, "Oh, you talking my language, Brando." So let's go play a little Sports Jeopardy. We got 5 different categories, or 4 different categories, excuse me: college football, NFL, MLB, and soccer. And we got 3 questions per category. So that's right, Brando. You got 12 questions for us. Do you have a final Jeopardy question or just 12?
I do have a final Jeopardy question as well, gentlemen. So this is all for all the marbles. You're gonna gain points. You're gonna wager points. This is what we do here on BetMGM tonight. You better get your competitive caps on right now because it's about to go down here on BetMGM tonight. So, Gabe, PJ, normally I would let the guest go first, but you're both guests. So how do we want to settle this?
Let Gabe. Gabe can go first. Gabe can go first. Let Gabe go first. Yeah.
All right.
Gabe,
I'll throw.
Gotta pick a category.
And you know what?
In a price line.
Returning the favor, I'll do college football because that's probably my worst subject. So that way it could be like a gift to you, you know. And we'll go 100, right? It's 100, 200, 300. Is that what it is?
Yep, college football for 100. So what we'll do is if you get the answer correct, then you get the points. If you get it incorrect, then PJ will get a chance to steal, and then we'll just alternate who gets to pick the category. Okay?
Oh, I see. I love it.
All right.
Okay, I'm ready.
College football for 100. This Boston College quarterback won the 1984 Heisman Trophy, famously sealed by a Hail Mary pass against Miami.
Doug Flutie.
That is correct, sir.
Well done.
That is correct. $100 goes to Gabe of Brad Evans' money. We're not using my money. We'll use Brad Evans.
There you go. How to use Brad's money.
All right. So do I keep going or do I pass it over to PJ?
So PJ will pick now, and then we'll alternate.
I love this.
All right. Since let's go with baseball for 100, please.
Baseball for 100. He earned the nickname Mr. November for his clutch postseason heroics with the New York Yankees.
I'll go, who is Derek Jeter?
That is correct, sir. That is correct. So both of you guys with the easy one so far, both of you have 100. Gabe?
I'll go MLB 200.
MLB for 200. Here we go. This iconic defensive play, known simply as the catch, was made by Willie Mays against Vic Wertz during the 1954 World Series, while Willie Mays played for this franchise.
The Giants.
What city?
Oh, the San Francisco Giants.
That is incorrect.
Oh,
that is incorrect. BJ?
Gosh, I should know this. It is the Giants. So the Dodgers were Brooklyn. Where were they the New York Giants too? Were they somewhere else? God, this is bad. I'm gonna say New York Giants.
That is correct, and PJ gets the first steal of the game.
Nice
PJ
steal.
up to 300. All right, 300 to 100, and it is PJ's turn to pick a category.
Let's go with NFL for 200, please.
NFL for 200. Credited with introducing this protective equipment to professional football, Coach Paul Brown used it to protect star quarterback Otto Graham's facial injury.
So, is creative for protecting in pro football. Can you read the question one more time? Sorry.
No. I don't like this. I don't like this.
What do you
gotta
like?
answer. We got a 20-minute segment. No.
I'm sorry.
Credited with introducing the protective equipment to professional football, Coach Paul Brown used it to protect star quarterback Otto Graham's facial injury.
Is it just the helmet?
That
What
is
is the helmet?
incorrect. That is incorrect.
Face
Oh, we got
mask.
game show music. Let's go, Lee.
Mm.
It is the face mask. That is correct. So we got another steal. So it is a tie game now. 300 to 300. All right, Gabe,
All right,
your turn to pick.
Let me get NFL for 100.
NFL for 100. Let's get here. They are the only two NFL franchises to have won a Super Bowl game directly on their home turf.
Oh no. Tampa Bay? I gotta name both of them?
Tampa Bay is one.
I gotta name both of them? That seems like I should have
Yes.
got one of them. I feel like I should have got a point.
They
for-
both happened in
for
like
a
the
100
last
question.
5 years.
I gotta name two teams. I would say, all right, and damn, Kansas City.
That is incorrect.
Oh, we get the. That's so good. Give me Tampa Bay and the LA Rams.
That is correct. That is correct.
It's not fair.
I just figured it was an easy question because it happened like within the last 5 years. I mean, I
That
figured.
sounds like a $250 question, maybe.
75 a team. Let's go with
All right.
football for 200, please.
College football for 200. In a stunning 2007 upset, this Sun Belt Conference underdog shocked the Michigan Wolverines 34-32 in the Big House.
Who is Appalachian State?
That is correct. PJ's starting to pull away here.
That's a good one.
Heck yeah.
Let's go NFL 300.
Ooh.
NFL for 300. He is the all-time leading scorer in NFL history.
Oh man, it's a kicker. It's gonna be who is Buddy from the Colts that I'm thinking of? I'll say I'm gonna say Adam Vinatieri.
That is incorrect.
Tough one.
So I don't think it's Tucker.
DJ.
He didn't play enough. Yeah, I don't think it's Tucker. He didn't play enough. Morton Anderson came to mind. Maybe
I think it's the
David
guy from the-
Akers.
Who's the guy? It's the guy from the Colts. I'm telling you. I think he's from the Colts.
Well, yeah, Vinatieri. Maybe you're thinking of like Mike Vanderjack, but I don't think it's him.
I'm trying to think who did I see?
I'm gonna go with
looking up their hand?
Morton Anderson. Brando, be my guess.
Morton Anderson is the correct answer.
Oh, I love it.
Let's go.
So if my math is correct, it is 1,200 for PJ, and We'll just say Gabe's got some ground to make up, sitting at 300. All right.
I'm here. I'm assuming the entire soccer thing is going to me, guys. That's what I'm making.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. You know what?
So
I'll
NFL
just
is
take a
completely
soccer.
gone.
Yeah. I'll go soccer for 100. See if I can get one.
All right. A referee shows this color card to a player to signal an immediate ejection from the game.
Red card.
That is correct.
I got to
is a
give
red
you the
card?
2 home winners for $100 NFL, and you asking them how to get ejected from a soccer match for 100? These are not the same. I see what's going on here. I see. PJ's been on all week. This is going.
We
in his
rig it.
favor.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I
Easy.
agree.
Easy how we do.
You did say you like
Gabe.
trivia games, so to your credit.
I did. This is
good on
why.
this, man.
This is why.
All right. I'm gonna go. What's left? Soccer. 2 of those, and what else on the other
You got
side?
soccer. You've got baseball for 300, and you've got college football for 300.
All right,
and that's
let's
what's
go,
left. So
let's
soccer for
go
2 and
soccer
3.
for 200. Yeah, let's go soccer for 2.
All right. This specific restart occurs when the ball goes completely over the touchline, last touched by the defending team.
The goal kick.
That is incorrect. PJ.
I'm just like, it's such a mental pretzel. Restart occurs when a ball goes over the touchline. Last touch by the
see.
defense. Is that... No, it's not an offside. Is that a direct kick?
No.
No,
It is a corner
overhead-
kick is the answer we were looking for. Corner kick.
on the defense.
Oh, yeah, last touch by the defense. Yeah.
All right.
That.
We have soccer for 300. We have baseball for 300. And we have college football
This is it.
for 300.
Yeah, give me the college football, please. For $3.
All right. The nickname for the dramatic 2013 Iron Bowl ending, featuring Chris Davis returning a missed field goal for 100 yards for a game-winning touchdown.
I mean, this is just mean. I mean, you didn't have to pick this one, but I guess yeah. Kick 6.
It is the kick 6. Bama lost that one, just in case anybody was wondering why.
Yes,
All
they
right.
did.
Gabe.
At this point, I'm just playing for entertainment.
You've got a chance
wanna
here. We
go-
still got Final Jeopardy to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
You
soccer.
kind of need these last 2, though.
300.
Soccer for 300. According to traditional IFAB laws of the game, a goalkeeper is technically only allowed to hold the ball in their hands for this many seconds before releasing it.
Five seconds.
That is incorrect.
Oh my god.
I was gonna say 10 seconds.
That is also incorrect. The correct answer, 6 seconds.
Oh my god.
6 seconds.
What a
Gabe, you were
weird-
close.
What a weird number. What a weird
All
number.
right, final
I'm
question.
trying to count it in my head. Ones that I've seen. 1, 2.
This will go to PJ first. Before
right.
beginning his historic major league career with the Brooklyn Dodgers, Jackie Robinson played his minor league seasons in 1946 for this Canadian team.
Oh goodness. Canadian minor
Did you watch the movie or
league
not,
team?
PJ? Did you watch
I was
the
going to
movie
say,
or
have you
not?
never seen 42, PJ?
I have,
movie?
but it's been a while. The Montreal Icicles.
Oh, that's
That
close.
is incorrect.
That was close. I thought you were gonna get it when you said Montreal. I was like, it's the Royals, right?
Yes, the Montreal Royals is correct. So Gabe with another 300. So if my math is correct, Monty, hopefully you're keeping track too, and you could tell me.
I'm keeping
my
track.
math has PJ at 1,500, and it has Gabe at 600.
5, 6. Oh,
600. So let's see if you have.
All right, so we have Final Jeopardy left. We have Final Jeopardy
where you have to bet it all, right? This is one where you have to bet it all.
We have to bet it all. And I'm gonna throw this caveat out there. How about we just say if Gabe gets it and PJ does not get it, then Gabe wins the game.
I'll let PJ answer first, and I'll steal it from him. How about that?
All right, here we go. Here is the Final Jeopardy question. The University of Delaware, Miami University of Ohio, the University of Michigan, and Stanford University, and this university are the only 5 in the United States history that have produced both a United States president and a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
And you want us to name them?
I want you to I want you to name the one that's missing. So I'll read the question again. The University of Delaware, Miami University of Ohio, the University of Michigan, Stanford University, and this university are the only 5 in U.S. history that have produced both a United States president and a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
I know it. I know the answer. I mean, I have a guess. So PJ, go ahead. I have a guess.
All right, let me think about this. I get a little time. It's Final Jeopardy.
Dr. Reed.
Let me get a little.
I like this.
Let me get a little time.
Do.
I love this. People playing along in your car. I hope people from this place are yelling because they know the answer like I do. That's me playing a mind game with PJ. That's me playing a mind game with you. I'm trying to make you think I know this.
I know. Let me see. What a great question.
I got a good answer. Well, we only have 3 minutes left in this break, buddy.
I'm gonna.
It's a floating break. You got as much time as you need.
I'm gonna go. What is Notre Dame?
Oh, I love that guess. Okay.
That is incorrect. That is incorrect.
I started thinking PJ. PJ, I started thinking, I'm like, what state has had a couple, and then I was thinking, speaking of movies, 42, I was thinking, I saw W, and I was like, what school did he go to? And so this is my guess, because I know it's the state, but I don't know if it's the thing. I'm going to say Texas.
That is incorrect.
Oh, can we keep guessing? Like, don't tell us. Don't tell us.
Okay.
Don't tell us.
All right.
Don't tell us.
All right.
Okay.
Hey, we can try and think this out. All right. So I'm trying to think of Super Bowl quarterbacks. Like we got Breeze. He went to Purdue, right? I don't think he's. You got Peyton went to Tennessee. Eli went to Ole Miss.
It's got to be like an old school. It's got to be some old school. Like you're thinking like 50 years ago, 80 years ago, where it's not going to be like, it's not going to be Texas Tech versus. It's not going to be like that. It's not Alabama.
Stanford, Michigan, Delaware, Miami of Ohio. I mean, it really could be anywhere. Like,
see, Monty said we're never going to get it. So it's going to be like Eastern Illinois. Like some.
How about I give you the team that the quarterback played for when he won the Super Bowl?
Okay.
It's a Dallas Cowboys quarterback.
Oh, Aikman, is it UCLA?
Incorrect.
No, you got to go back. See.
Staubach. It's Navy.
It is Navy, the U.S. Naval Academy.
Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten that.
There you go, Monty. We got it. We got it, baby.
That's a great. Man,
that's deep. That's a deep dive. That's a deep dive right there. You're pretty PJ.
What you
good
get
at
when you
trivia,
get
man.
Brandon
That was
Combs
good.
leading Sports Jeopardy. You get good questions with good answers.
Okay, I got a great baseball trivia question that nobody
this.
has been able to get. Okay, I want to see
Okay.
if the three of you, Monty, I want Lee can chime in
God.
too. You can't obviously look, Monty and Lee behind the scenes. I'm trusting you. Honor code. Can't look. Three players in MLB history that are in the 500 home run club that have hit 100 or more homers with three different teams. Can you name those three players?
Wow.
Does
I
Jim
can
Thome
name,
have
well,
500?
Jim
You can
Thome
name all of them, you
is
said?
one, Gabe. Yes.
Yeah.
I just know because the White
Jim
Sox were
Thome.
thinking.
Mark
Bonds
Mark
is incorrect.
McGwire?
Mark McGuire is incorrect.
No, three teams.
Toby was the
Did
that was a
Sosa
great
hit
pull.
Sosa didn't hit 100 with Texas, right? Is Sosa one of them?
No, or the White Sox.
Sosa's
no.
not one of them. Pujols is not
No.
one of them.
Hold on, let me go back here.
Um,
Albert Bell.
Not Albert Bell. Alex Rodriguez is correct from Monty in the chat.
Alex
Texas,
Rodriguez,
Seattle,
that's
and
a
the
good
Yankees.
That's a good one.
And then the last one,
more, though.
last one's probably the toughest.
Give me
I mean,
A or
he's
NL. A or NL.
he actually played all three of his teams were in the American League.
Home run hitter.
all three of his team were in the American League.
Manny Ramirez.
Adrian Beltre?
No, not Manny, not Adrian.
Home run hitter. All three in the American League.
All three were in the
Jose
American
Canseco.
Nope. Not Canseco.
Reggie Jackson?
Yes, Brando. Reggie
Ooh.
Jackson is correct. Yankees, Angels, and the A's. So that's my trivia question. That's always my
Wow.
go-to for baseball. Is that
I
one.
like it.
It's my fave. Mhm.
Okay.
Well done, boys.
All right, I got one.
That was
I got
good.
one. What's black,
Ooh, Gabe.
black, white, and red all over? No, I'm just
Newspaper. Let's go. Good
That's
stuff.
great.
BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. A lot of fun. We'll be right back.
I think the SEC and the Big Ten had a good reason to stand foot on not pulling together TV media rights because the viewership numbers are totally different in the Big Ten and the SEC than they are anywhere else in college football. But that's a topic for another day. Just to give you a rundown, right now, the House versus NCAA Act that passed 2 summers ago set the revenue sharing cap at $21.3 million. We've drastically exceeded that in football alone. The highest paid roster per reporting is Texas at about $48.5 million this coming up year. That cap will be raised under this new bill, Save College Sports, from $21.3 million to $48.8 million, more than doubling the amount of money you can actually give out of the revenue sharing cap. However, they are going to have much more stern NIL processes. In other words, and I said this on our show in layman's terms, pay for play is no more. You're going to be able to give them a portion of the revenue sharing cap and a larger portion of that. However, these deals that you sign outside of the revenue sharing is actually going to have to be legitimized. Okay. It's going to have to pass through whatever governing body that they have. It's going to get actually filtered through. You're not going to be able to have some local car dealership who has a multi-million-dollar owner who happens to be a big fan of your football program give your defensive tackle $800,000. Like, that's not what this is going to be moving forward. Believe it or not, that's what we have currently. Right now, we just have these massive boosters that just say, I want to give that guy $900,000 and label it name, image, and likeness. No, it is not. That is not legitimate marketing. You're not getting a return on investment on that. That's money laundering. That's money washing is what that looks like right now. That's the current stature that we have in college football. This should alleviate some of that and bring legitimacy to how we are paying athletes and at least some transparency as well. By the way, if this gets voted on, Ross Dellinger reports that it's going to get the required votes. The required votes is 60. There's rumors that they're going to be north of 80 in terms of approval on the Senate floor. It's also going to bring a one-time transfer rule back to college football, which I think would be the saving grace for this sport, because the constituents that I talk to down here in the South and around in college football, I can't tell you how many times, guys, I hear the words like, or some verbiage of, man, this isn't the college football that I grew up on. I have no idea who my football team is. Every year I wake up, we got 70 new football players. What the heck is this? This should alleviate a lot of that. There's a lot of football players that I go through where it's like Darian Mensah, for example, started at Tulane, went to Duke, now is at Miami. He's gone to 3 schools. There's a lot of athletes that go 4 over 4. They transfer to 4 different schools. They're just highest bidder every offseason. Where can I transfer and get some more money? We're going to cut that down a lot if this passes, because after you get the one free ride, and then after that, you got to sit out a year if you want to leave your ultimate program. So I think that should help some of this poaching as well, because if you've already made one move and I want to bring you onto my roster, I'm not going to do so if you've got to sit out for a year, right? The Duke and Miami thing probably wouldn't have happened under this current stature, because I'm not going to go poach Darian Mensah off Duke's roster if he's got to sit for 12 months when he gets here. I need him to play now. So they'll go find somebody who actually can play now. They're also going to implement a 5-year eligibility rule, 5 to play 5. Pretty simple. Once you turn 19, once you enroll in college, you have 5 years to play 5 years of football. No more red shirts, no more medicals, no more none of that. We're not going to have these 7-year seniors playing college football. I think that's pretty good, and college athletics in general. Also, a ban on professional athletes returning to college football or returning to college athletics. This is a big thing in college basketball. Seen a lot of G leaguers coming back to NCAA basketball. It's nonsense. I'm not here for that. Once you sign a professional contract, buddy, you have the die has been cast. It is no longer time for you to come back to college. I think it's also important for player protection purposes that they're trying to establish an agency registry. Man, we've got some absolute crooks and criminals right now representing these athletes. I'm going to put that in air quote, representing these athletes. Some of these agents are taking somewhere of like 20% cut off these kids. And God only knows how qualified these agents actually are, because there is no registry pool right now. So they're trying to establish an agent registry while also capping agents' take at 5%. I think that's good for the protection of athletes.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight. PJ Glasser and Gabe Ramirez here with you on Westwood One Sports. A lot of fun there, playing some sports Jeopardy. I hope everybody that was listening was having some fun there. We're going to talk some college football now here on the show. Yesterday, they dropped the coaches poll, the top 25 preseason poll. And Gabe, I don't know about you, but that's kind of when it really starts to feel real for me, because we talk about all these teams. We kind of have an idea of like some iteration of what the top 25 is. But when you finally get those rankings and you start to see like, we're going to get number 1 Ohio State versus number 4 Texas in week 2, or we're going to get number 1 Ohio State and number 2 Oregon playing each other later this season. That's when it's kind of cool just to see the rankings next to the teams. And that's what we got yesterday. And I think it's always Brett McMurphy. You know what? I should actually go check on Twitter, who's a college football insider, always does a great job for On 3. He usually has these trends that are out every year. He did not put them out this year. But the 2 biggest trends, Gabe, that always stick out to me, and I talked about this yesterday with Pete Futak on the show. I want to say the number 1 preseason team in college football has not won the national championship like 19 of the last 20 years or something crazy like that. So
that's a crazy
in a
stat.
sport that's usually so chalky with like a lot of the big brands that normally win it, and you would think the best team kind of wins, it really doesn't necessarily happen all that much. And you talk to most people, they'll tell you Ohio State's the best team. They're the most talented. They're favored at just about every sports book to win the national title. But they got the curse this year of being number one. So look, they got a great quarterback in Julian Sayin. They got arguably the best player in the sport in Jeremiah Smith. So where kind of you on Ohio State? Do you think this is the team to beat this year, and do you think they ultimately get it done?
You know what? When you're talking about Ohio State specifically, right? I mean, they're usually around the top, right? In the top 5 rankings over the last decade or so, and have been a juggernaut in certain moments. But I think when you're looking at them as a team, and when we're talking specifically about, the curse of, preseason number 1 and where you end up at the very end, I think it is a different time though, right? Different time now where, maybe throughout the course of, college football, there was recruiting obviously in that sense. And now you have to kind of marry, like we were talking about the Dodgers, your ability to bring in top talent with dollars, and while at the same time, rounding out your staff with everyone else who can get the job done. And so when you're talking about who can bring in the most talented players via dollars, that is, there's only a handful of teams already, right, that can compete in that. We've seen some creep up from the ranks, obviously outside of that, Grand Canyon and things like that in basketball. But specifically when we're talking about where they'll end up at the end of the season, I don't know. We saw the top, 8 teams be pretty dominant in the college football playoff last year, right? Where those who were supposed to win won, and what you saw was almost like a watered down product on the outside, because you almost felt like those teams were insignificant. And so if you're going to tell me that Ohio State starts off as a preseason number 1 and the college football playoff is still in the same iteration that it was last year, then you're getting a team that's going to be there at least in the Final Four, right? And so then it comes down to how well you're coached. Has your team materialized into one that can, really take advantage of the situation that they're in? So, I mean, it's going to be interesting for Dabo and the guys like that, and trying to take over that number 1 spot from Ohio State. What do you think when you see Ohio State sitting there and you see the history and the numbers that have presented itself? 19 out of 21, you said, right? Have failed.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I understand why they're the number 1 preseason team. It makes sense. They're just littered with talent all over the field. My issue with Ohio State this year, Gabe, is the schedule is brutal, man. I think they have the toughest schedule in college football. If there was anybody that was going to make the playoff having this schedule, it would be Ohio State. But I mean, right. Right now you look at their schedule, man, they have to play the number 2, the number 4, the number 6, the number 16 teams in the preseason poll, and number 14. So they got to play 2, 4, 6, 14, and 16. They got to play 5 top 16 teams this year. And if they lose 3 of those games, they're probably going to be out. If they lose 2 of those games, they'll be good. But if they lose 3, they could be on the outside looking in. I mean, they got a road trip at Texas, at Indiana, at USC, at Iowa. Kinnick's never an easy place to play. Then they're home against Oregon, home against Michigan in a rivalry game. It's a tough schedule. Now, Ryan Day has been so good in the regular season. And Ohio State, for the most part, outside of the Michigan game, they normally always win as favorites, and they normally win the games that they're supposed to win. But that's a tough schedule, man. That is a tough schedule. And, it's funny. Texas and Ohio State played last year when Texas was the number 1 preseason team. And we all went into that game, Gabe, thinking, you know what, this could be a national championship preview. This game is almost like, whoever loses, like it shouldn't be a knock on you, but whoever wins it, you pretty much could already punch your ticket to the playoff. Like what a great win that is. Well, Texas lost that game. And then all of a sudden they didn't have much room for error when they went in SEC play. They could only afford to lose one more game. They ended up losing 2 more, and they found themselves on the outside looking in of the playoff. So that would be my concern for Ohio State, man. Like that Texas game in week 2, you'd think, I mean, how are you going to punish like Ohio State going on the road, losing to Texas? Like that game shouldn't. But then if they go on the road and lose in Indiana, if they lose it at home against Oregon, then all of a sudden maybe the Buckeyes at 9-3 could miss the playoff. So I actually bet Ohio State to miss the playoff at plus 250, just because, again, I think the schedule is so hard. I could see that being a possibility. But they are the most talented team in the country. They're favored to win it for a reason. I think that schedule is really hard, Gabe. So I think there's a scenario where they could miss out.
Well, when we're talking specifically about what Ryan Day has done, and obviously last year Michigan was another fun one for him. But when you're thinking about where he ranks in terms of coaches in college football, right? Curt Cignetti did an incredible job last year. Looks like you guys, people believing in what he's doing. But then you have the mainstays that are out there, so it's a tough list to crack when you're talking about guys that are in there and have proven success in the short term and in the long term. But when you think about Ryan Day and where he ranks in the top, 5 coaches in college football, where is he at for you?
So if I had to rank my top coaches in college football, I would go
on the spot, like you did to me with the quarterbacks, like you did to me with the quarterbacks in the NFL. I'm doing to you with the coaches in college football.
I absolutely love it. I'll go Cignetti 1. I'll go Kirby Smart 2. I'll go Marcus Freeman 3. I feel really good about those 3. I think that is a good 1, 2, 3. Okay. Cignetti, Kirby, Marcus Freeman. That'd be my 3. Then when we get to 4, 5, it's tricky. I think Kiffin's in the conversation. I think Ryan Day's in the conversation. I think Dan Lanning is in the conversation. I think those are probably like the 3 guys I'm looking at to fill out those 2 spots. I would say you could probably have Sark in there as well. I love him as a play caller. But time and time again, his team just comes up short. He's not good as an underdog. So I think you got to leave him out.
Teams deep. Cristobal's been bringing different teams deep lately. That's another name that could be there.
Cristobal is an interesting one. I mean, he recruits the line of scrimmage so well. Like all his teams are so good, offensive and defensive line. He's in the conversation. My problem with Mario, Gabe, is that he's always good every year to lose at least 1 game, if not 2, as a big favorite. Like he always loses a game as like a double-digit favorite that just drives you crazy. And I just think the great coaches in college football like just don't do that year after year. So because of that, that's why I don't have him up there. It's the same thing with Alabama's coach, Kellen DeBoer. I mean, the guy is great in ranked matchups. He's great as an underdog. But his teams play down to the level of their competition, and they tend to lose games that they shouldn't. So, Kiffin really hasn't won anything. Lanning hasn't won anything. So I'll go Ryan Day 4. All right, so here's the list. Ready? Here's my 5 for you. We'll go Cignetti 1, Kirby Smart 2, Marcus Freeman 3. I'll go Ryan Day 4, and I'll go Lane Kiffin 5. That'll be my 5.
Okay. Dan Lanning on the outside, knocking on the door.
Dan Lanning, I think, is so fascinating. He's such a great recruiter. He has great teams. People love him. But like at a certain point, I mean, like you just got to look at kind of his track record, and he really struggles to win big games. I mean, his biggest win in his Oregon career was beating James Franklin in the Big Ten championship game. I mean, come on. We're grading a guy off beating James Franklin in a big game like you're not doing much. He could never beat DeBoer in anything big when he was at Washington. He got smoked by Cignetti in the college football playoff semifinal. So yeah, like Lanning, he really has never won anything big, but he's a hell of a recruiter, and his team is really good this year. But I think your top 4 in college football: Cignetti, Kirby Smart, Marcus Freeman, Ryan Day. I think's your 4.
Love it. It's a good list. It's a good list, and a lot of guys looking to climb it this year, and obviously some guys like Dabo trying to make them other people believers as well. Guys on the outside. I mean, James Franklin trying to do something at Virginia Tech. Guys are gonna try to climb up that ladder this year. That's for sure.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Yeah, so all those coaches I mentioned, I mean, as you would expect, their teams are in the top 10 preseason poll. The other 2 I didn't mention, A&M and Oklahoma. Mike Elko's a good coach at A&M. Brent Venables is a good coach at Oklahoma. Venables is an unbelievable defensive coach, but he really relies a lot on his OC, and he doesn't recruit offense all that well. And then Texas A&M and Mike Elko, I just want to see them be more consistent against the upper echelon teams in the country and the SEC, and then maybe he can climb up that list. But what about you?
PJ,
is it fair to say? I was
going to say, who do you feel like? I mean, obviously, the guys that we're talking about right there that you're mentioning also, right? These are names that we all know. But, these guys weren't who they were from the very beginning, right? Like, you could even say that for like a Kurt Cignetti, even, you'd have to go a couple years out. Who's the Kurt Cignetti of this year? Like, from like, that's maybe when you're looking at, let's say, a top 25 coaches poll, who's somebody in the 20s, the teens, deep teens that, you say you might like what they're doing. And if they had better resources, better, top 10 talent, that they might make a bigger noise.
First name that came to mind was Willie Fritz at Houston. He was at Tulane, turned them into a juggernaut, and they were one of the best teams in the American for years when he was there. And now already in a short amount of time, he's really turned Houston into a winner. He's it's Cignetti-like in the way that just everywhere he goes, it's quick transformations and his teams win right away. So he doesn't have the roster in the NIL that Texas Tech does. His team's not as good on paper as BYU or even Utah. But Houston's going to be tough this year, Gabe. That's a team I'd keep an eye out for in college football. So if it's like a sleeper coach down the board that maybe not enough people know about, I think Willie Fritz at Houston would be your guy.
See, I knew that by the end of this segment, I was going to be a little bit richer knowing who to bet on come college football season. And Houston it is, Willie Fritz. Find the flawed line and make the money.
Willie Fritz, that's my guy. Absolutely love him. We'll talk a little more college football when we come back to wrap up our number 4 here. BetMGM tonight, PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez.
Can I also address what I think is an odd dynamic amongst baseball fans now that Scooble is in LA? I have seen, and I am on plenty of group chats with friends who are hardcore baseball fans. I have a friend who has like 5 fantasy baseball teams, and he's texting me about guys at AAA for other organizations. And I'm like, dude, I have no idea who you're talking about. I'm sorry. I appreciate the fact that you love it that much. I ain't there. But these people are saying, man, I can't wait to see someone get the Dodgers in October. Man, I'd love to see a Tampa-Milwaukee World Series. And I'll tell you right now, that's the last thing I want as a baseball fan. Look, would it be cool to have the Rays and the Brewers meet in the World Series? Yes. Would I get just the slightest little giggle at the Dodgers doing everything they've done and not even getting back to the World Series? Yes. Schadenfreude is a very strong emotion. But I'll tell you what I'm actually rooting for. And not rooting for like I got my blue and white pom-poms out. But rooting for in that I think it's what's best for the business of baseball. I want the Dodgers to go on an absolute tear. I want them to rip baseball to shreds down the stretch and then get to October and win 11 straight games, 10-0. I want the Dodgers to be an absolute behemoth in October and to crush everyone in their path so that we can all wake up in November, December, January and say, we told you so. We told you this is what was going to happen. We told you that if you continued to let the Dodgers run roughshod both financially over baseball and in getting to do whatever they want in acquiring Tarek Skubal, we told you this was going to happen. It is not a level playing field. Because what will happen if we don't get the Dodgers winning a third consecutive World Series and we do get that magical matchup between, say, I don't know, Tampa and Milwaukee, or, I don't know, the White Sox go on a magical run. Sorry, Kenny. Yeah, that'd be a fun story. But no, I want the Yankees. I want the Dodgers. I want the two big money teams, or two of the big money teams, including the biggest. I want them there at the end of October.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, wrapping up this hour of BetMGM Tonight. Still got one more to go on the other side. We'll play a little hot or cold coming up in about 12 minutes and dive back into some Major League Baseball, maybe a little NFL as well. But it really is true, Gabe. A lot of times the best conversations happen off air when you're just chopping it up and you're talking about certain things. And you were telling me that you've been to 20 of the 30 NFL stadiums, because even though there are 32 teams, you obviously have the Jets and Giants and the Rams and the Chargers that share a stadium.
Right.
So you got 30 stadiums in the NFL. You've been to 2/3 of them. So you're getting towards the end there. And you were telling me your favorite stadium in the NFL is Indianapolis. Lucas Oil is your number
Without
one.
a doubt. It's so weird. Now, it might have been about the festivities that took place before and after the games, you know what I mean? During the weekends. Maybe that has something to do with what a good time I had. But Lucas Oil Stadium, one of my favorites. Just the structure is great. You know, and I think that's the beauty, right? With going road tripping, is that you get to see how other fans experience their team and their city for their entirety of their lives. And so, you know, I've been, like I said, I've been to 20 of them, and to me, Lucas Oil just has the mix of, just good architecture in terms of aesthetically how it looks. It's not a spaceship. It looks cool. It's unique. And then, I felt like every angle that you were at, wherever you were looking at something very cool. So to me, that was it. I know you've been to every Major League Baseball stadium and obviously a ton of NFL stadiums, PJ. But what do you feel like are things that excite you, right? Like when you're going somewhere new, like what are things that are for you attention grabbing and things that separate stadiums from others?
It's a great question. I think the big thing for me is I want to walk into either a ballpark or a stadium and immediately just like it hits me that like, ooh, I like this. It's like truly that like love at first sight thing. Like I don't want to kind of be the kind of guy that gets warmed up to it. Like I'm like middle of the second quarter and I'm like, I like this place. Or I'm in the fifth inning and I'm like, this stadium's all right. I want to immediately, Gabe, walk into somewhere and just kind of be like, oh, this is a nice one. And I think my favorite stadiums or ballparks are the ones that do that for me right away. And certainly like the NFL ones, I was telling you Atlanta is my favorite. And as you know, when you go to the Falcons game, it's in a dome, but you open up a door to go in to the stadium, right? It's not like obviously these outdoor stadiums where it's like you just kind of walk into them and then go under the tunnel to your seats. Like Atlanta, you got to open the door, go inside into the dome. And I just remember, Gabe, opening up that door and seeing that 360 Jumbotron and just being like, wow, this place is nice. This place is different.
Yeah.
So that for me, I think it's really it's that first hit, and then like if you have a great atmosphere, that adds to it. I think if you got cheap food, that's another thing about Atlanta that I absolutely love. I go up to one of the vendors and I give them a $5 bill and I said, "Can I have a bottle of water?" And she's like, "How many do you want?" And I said, "Well, how much is a bottle of water?" She's like, $1.50. And I'm like, "Well, I'll take 3 of them. If a bottle of water is $1.50, I thought it was going to be like $4 or $5, and it's $1.50."
Sure.
So
every time,
cheap concessions. That goes a long way.
What's a stadium? It could be any sport. Doesn't necessarily have to be, a stadium you want to go to that you've yet to go to.
Great question. I'll go the college realm. I want to go. I'm a big college basketball fan. I want to go to the University of Kansas and go to the Fog, see a hoops game there. That's where I want to get to. Everybody says that's the best. They say that's the loudest. It's kind of like the St. Andrews of college basketball, just all the history in that building and the fans are on top of you and everybody's into it and they're standing up, jumping around. So Kansas is at the top of the list. I would like to get to SoFi though and see that one. I know you've been there. I hear that one's pretty spectacular. I'd like to get out there.
Yeah, SoFi.
Really?
Cool.
Just
yeah.
that? Yeah.
I mean, it's just a newer stadium. It's not like you said, you want to be grabbed when you go into something like that, and I think there are certain stadiums that do that because of their skyline that's behind them or the aesthetics there.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's certain moments like that. I think for me, I still want to go to, and I know it's not for anything else other than this is one of the stadiums I've yet to go to in the NFL, but I want to go to Foxborough. Like I want to be in your championship glory and experience it and feel what it's like to go into a stadium where you guys have won so many championships. Like I haven't done that yet to over there, and I wouldn't take me there. And I've been to Buffalo. I've done the snow games. I've done games in the frigid cold. I've done games in the heat. I've done it all. But I want to go in the snow at Foxborough, Bears, Patriots. Like sign me up for that. I want that like now.
I like it. New England, I went to a long time ago. It's in Foxborough, obviously, which is like 40 minutes outside of Boston. But they've done a nice job building things around it. They call it Patriot Place with some shops and restaurants and everything. So it's cool. It's a nice one. When you get out there, I think you'll enjoy it. Final hour of the show. BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez. We're hanging out. Westwood One Sports. We'll be right back.
How many wide receivers can you name that you'd be more comfortable with than Zay Flowers? And I can rattle off at least 15. And again, this isn't a knock against Zay Flowers. All the names I'm about to rattle off are very good wide receivers. Chase, Nakua, JSN, St. Brown, CD, the aforementioned Justin Jefferson, Drake London, Nico Collins, George Pickens, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Chris Olave, T. Higgins, Malik Neighbors, Tet McMillan. I'd probably put, I'm a huge Emeka Egbuka fan. I'd probably put him ahead of Zay Flowers. I know some people would argue with me on that. I'm fine with it. Devontae Adams. I mean, I just rattled off close to 15 names, if not more. Zay Flowers is a good, very good at times wide receiver, and they needed to keep him in Baltimore. But he is not a top 5 nor even top 10 wide receiver in this league, and he's going to be paid like one probably throughout the term of this contract.
I think we have seen through a couple of practices that Brock Purdy and Mike Evans have it. Now, does that translate to the NFL regular season? Obviously, time will tell. And if Evans can't stay healthy, then, so what? But through 4 or 5 days of practice, we have seen Brock Purdy and Mike Evans connect on multiple deep balls towards the sideline, over the middle. Outside of rookie Dejon Stribling, Evans has been Purdy's favorite target. He gives him a chance to go up and get the football, and really, kind of like how Baker Mayfield did the last couple of years in Tampa Bay, just gives his Hall of Fame wide receiver a chance to catch the football. And I think for Niner fans, you see that and hear that after having to watch Kendrick Bourne and a hindered Juwan Jennings and an injured Ricky Pearsall and Malik Turner take snaps in the playoff game in Philadelphia, that is a sight for sore eyes.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Wow, so the New York Mets hang on to beat the Cleveland Guardians in extras. And now the AL wild card gets that closer. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez here with you. BetMGM Tonight, final hour on Westwood One Sports. With that Guardians loss to the Mets, the Texas Rangers are now tied with Cleveland for the last spot they're a half game back of Cleveland. And now the Orioles are a half game back of Cleveland as well. You have the Twins that are 1.5 games back. Detroit's 1.5 back. Seattle 2 games back. So this AL wildcard picture, I mean, it's only August 5th, Gabe. We still got like less than 2 months to go, but it's going to be a wild and bumpy ride. What do you think is the number that a team is trying to post, right? If 81 and 81 is 500 baseball, right now the Guardians are 57 and 57. What do you think? Do you think 82 wins gets the job done? Do you think 84 wins gets the job done? What do you think is the magic number to get that final AL wildcard spot?
That's an interesting question, right? Because you've had a season where the American League has been, if you want to call it that, underperforming. And so to think, how many victories is it going to take for, what your last wild card team to kind of fall in line there? I think there's going to be a separation at the tail end, and not just for the White Sox and the reasons that I mentioned before, but I also mentioned that the last month or two of a season for me is when a gambler can be the most profitable, right? Because there's less variance when you're looking at specific games, especially if you're not parlaying and you're just trying to find that one mispriced bet or the bet that you're surefire that you're paying the juice on. And when you get into the last month or two, good teams win, bad teams lose. And so I think there's going to be a resurgence of victories for these teams, especially in the AL. And so I do think it's going to be a little bit higher. I think the number might be, 85. You might have to be a little bit better than 500 ball. And I think it might get to that point. So I don't know. That's my number that I have in my mind. I think, when you're looking at teams right now, like Cleveland, right, they're going to be pushed to get more victories because of the White Sox, because of the Twins who made their own set of moves at the trade deadline. You look at your team, the Orioles, despite, what the moves that they've made, there's teams that are hovering around 500 that, Texas, Boston, those teams are going to continue to win. It's going to be tough. I think 85 is going to be the number. I think you're going to have to get to that number.
Yeah, I think 85 definitely does it. I think maybe even 82 or 83 probably does it.
Yeah.
It's a shame we don't have game 163 anymore. I remember one of the better baseball games. I don't remember what year it was, but the Tigers played the Twins at the old Metrodome in a game 163. It went 13 innings. It was just everything you could want in an elimination winner-take-all game. It was awesome. And then if you remember, Gabe, a couple of years ago, we had a rain out and the Mets played the Braves in a doubleheader. And it was if both teams won, they both made the playoffs. If only one of the teams won, then one of them won. One of them made the postseason. The other one was out, and they ended up splitting. But that first game was the Mets had a lead. They were up 3 going into the 8th. The Braves score 4 runs. Then the Mets come back and score 2. Then it goes to extra. It was just the most Mets game ever. So it's a shame we don't have that game 163 anymore, because we might have needed it for the AL wild card this year, potentially, with all these teams that are grouped up. But it's crazy, man. And Brandon, our producer, is telling us in the chat, the Tigers have not lost since trading Tariq Skubal. They're 4-0. And how about the Dodgers haven't won since acquiring Tariq Skubal? They're 0-5. So I mean, if that's just not the most baseball thing ever, right? Dodgers haven't won a game. Tigers haven't lost. It's crazy, man. So
You
yeah, we'll
love
see.
situations like that because teams, they really want to go out and prove something, right? And this is a Tigers team that feels like they're good, regardless of whether it's Terry School's there or not. He's not playing every day; those guys are, and they there was a level of believability in their team. And so, when you kind of have a disruptive moment like that, it can be galvanizing in certain situations. And who knows? Who knows? Maybe the Tigers, put a run together. I hope not. Damn. But they're another team that you talk about.
I got a personal question for you as like for your sports teams, for your fandom.
Sure.
Would you rather see Puerto Rico win the World Cup, or would you rather have the White Sox and the Bears win a championship in the same year?
Okay. Now the good thing is, and all my Puerto Ricans that are watching this know this, Puerto Rico is leaps and bounds and so far away from winning a World Cup that could just sit in the back burner because there's zero expectations on them to even make a qualifying group stage, anything. So I would take, without a doubt, give me my Bears and my White Sox. If you want to throw in the Bulls and make Caleb Wilson, like, give me, they don't even got to win the championship. Throw in Caleb Wilson being the best player in the draft. How about that? You give me those three, package them together. Your boy is happy, PJ. But Puerto Rico, we're good. We're good. We got Bad Bunny. We're good. All right. But give me the Bears Super Bowl. We'll be all right. All right.
I mean, what would the city of Chicago do if the Bears won the Super Bowl?
It burned down. The whole thing.
It would.
The whole thing would burn down. Listen, I've lived through the Bulls championships in the 90s. Okay. That was wild, right? That was a wild time. Riding around with my dad down Fullerton Avenue as businesses burned down in Chicago. Like, I remember that as a kid vividly, right? Then I remember the White Sox winning the World Series in 2005, my team. It was a sort of disbelief, but the city was, had a good time. It wasn't up in arms because Sox fans, not maybe as much. Cubs win the World Series, fireworks, late night celebrations. That game didn't end. The game didn't end until late. Good. Blackhawks. You're not going to get the whole city celebrating the Blackhawks victory. Let's just divide it, if you know what I mean. So you finally get the Bears, where you get the entire city to celebrate in a championship. Every single nook and cranny of the city will be out. So you get all of those celebrations. Put those together. The Great Chicago Fire 2027 is what you'll get. Instead of a cow kicking over a lantern to start the whole thing, it'll be Caleb Williams setting the city on fire. It will be mayhem. People would miss, like, you wouldn't go to work the next day. Like, Chicago would call off work. And that's a thing too, where Chicago can do things like that with snow or the heat, the humidity. It has moments like that. Chicago would call off the whole day if the Bears won the Super Bowl. It would be the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen. You thought the Knicks in 5 is a thing and is crazy. The Bears would just dwarf that and engulf that little parade. And the Bears thing would be ridiculous. Oh my gosh.
It would be like Lollapalooza
I'm excited.
times 10 or something.
Oh my gosh. I've been to Grant Park when the Bulls have won the championships. I'm telling you, I was there. I seen it. It will be Lollapalooza. It will be both sides of Lollapalooza. The thing would go to the other, be from the T-Mobile stage to the Bud Light stage. It would go all the way over there to the back and into the streets and by the Bean. It would be the entire downtown would be Lollapalooza would look like a Catholic fair with a carnival, Catholic carnival that happens in the summertime. That's what that would look like compared to a Bears Super Bowl parade. That would be insane. Oh my God.
It's fun to dream about this stuff, ain't it? It's fun to dream.
I have to take a break.
It's fun to dream.
Yeah, just like
it's fun to dream.
It is fun. Was that a shock? Because I don't want to. Is that
no, not
because
not at all. No, like sincerely, like it's fun to like dream about that stuff as a fan of like what it is. I don't think the Bears will win the Super Bowl, but it wouldn't be the craziest thing. Like I think it's realistic. for sure.
No, I like
I think it could happen.
like I don't think the Ravens are going to win the Super Bowl, right? But there's a shot that can happen.
I mean, that just wasn't
There's a shot.
necessary. I mean,
Yeah,
you
that's
gotta do
how I
all
feel.
that.
I feel attacked. I feel attacked. Like there was a little ha ha about the Bears and the pandemonium that it would create. I know you guys are closer, but hey, if Caleb Williams met up with Lamar Jackson in the Super Bowl, you know,
Look, if
the
Lamar
NFL's going to give it.
loses,
The NFL's gonna. Yes, exactly. They're going to rig it. They're going to make it where Caleb Williams wins. You know it. The NFL doesn't want Lamar to win. They're going to let Caleb win. Yeah, roughing the passer,
I just
pass
like
interference,
could,
offsides.
could you imagine?
Holding.
Could you imagine if we get an AFC championship game between the Bills and the Ravens, and one of Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson makes a Super Bowl? Like somebody's got to make it. That'd be crazy. And then on the other side, it's like one of the young guns. Like they're going up against like, you know, Jaden Daniels, or they're going up against Caleb, or they're going up against somebody like that. Yeah. And then they just win. I would be so pissed, Gabe. I'd be so pissed. Lamar's in year 9, you know, Caleb's in like year 3 and he wins it. I'd be like, come on, man, that'd be.
Hey, you need a Clyde Drexler. You need a Karl Malone. Jordan has to have, enemies. And then Lamar could be one of them. You know what I'm saying? He could be the guy that wanted to win one at the end of his career. John Stockton.
It's good though. It's good though that you guys are so hopeful about your team and that you love your team, because the Bears are one of those franchise. Like, it's good when the Bears are good. It's good when Chicago's on those primetime games on Fox, when they're on Sunday Night Football and those kinds of things. When Bears Packers is a big rivalry, like that's just great for the sport. So happy for you guys. Of course, man. It is. I just of course it is. The NFC's.
Well, it's good when the Ravens. It's good if the NFC is not as tough as the AFC, and the Ravens. Even if they win the division, I mean, just in the playoffs, you're talking about like 5 teams that could potentially win the Super Bowl there. Where like in the NFC, it's like 3, maybe 2, maybe. And I'm not saying that the Bears are even one of those teams. I'm just saying, like, if they were to claw their way out of it and end up in the Super Bowl, like then it's fair game. Anything could happen. We were talking about this earlier. Can you give me your thoughts on Declan Doyle, who's the new Ravens offensive coordinator? Because I love that we're talking about this.
That is a big deal. That's a huge talking point around Baltimore. Do you know Lamar Jackson is older than he is? When's the last time in the NFL that you've had a quarterback older than the OC? Well, I guess Stafford might be older than McVay. Rodgers might be. Yeah, true. But I guess somebody who's not even 30 yet, I should say, because I think Lamar is still 29. Yes, he's 29.
I'll just say this, and Ben Johnson has an eye for identifying talented people. I'll start there. Okay. So that'll be my way. I started off with something nice, right? Ben Johnson is capable of finding talented people. And Declan Doyle was one of those people, right? To be a glorified assistant to his offense by calling him the offensive coordinator. Now, before this, he's a tight ends coach in Denver. Is that what it is? So, you're a tight ends coach in Denver. You're not seasoned by any means. And then you get this glorified assistant position to be the offensive coordinator of the Chicago Bears, which anyone that watches football knows exactly what that means. And then all of a sudden, you are tasked with running the offense that is led by Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, with a team with Super Bowl aspirations. Now, from an outsider's perspective, it looks like the head coach is like, I don't want any, big shot, ball swinging guy down here trying to take my job in a year or two, where they want to fire me and bring in the hot shot offensive coordinator. No. I know what I want to do. This guy did this over there. He knows how to be. Yes, you're going to be the yes man over here. So that's how I looked at it when I saw Declan Doyle get picked up for the offensive coordinator position. I couldn't believe it. Now, let's not forget, it's not like he's operated in Ben Johnson's offense for like years. 1 year. You know what I'm saying? Like where you were in that position. So I just think it's a ton of responsibility to put on Declan Doyle for a first-time offensive coordinator. He'll be first-time calling plays. Never did that in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? So to have all that with the amount of pressure that this organization has on it, they don't have space to grow and games to give up to learn. This is a team that wants to win now. And so to have Declan Doyle there, but again, I go back to the initial assessment, which is that Ben Johnson is known for hiring capable and brilliant minds. Declan Doyle can be that. I wish he would have got an opportunity with like Arizona, right? Instead of the Baltimore Ravens, because I do like Lamar Jackson. I do like Derrick Henry, and I want those guys to find success at some point, you know?
I think that's all fair. I mean, that's the concern with the people in Baltimore is you're trying to win now and you're bringing in an unproven guy. But, you know, that's the thing about the offensive coordinator, Gabe, especially in this era in the NFL. It's like you're kind of, if you're going to go after an OC, it's going to be the retread NFL head coach, right? That like kind of did its thing and ran its course. And now he's trying to hang in the league like a Dable, like a McDaniel. Or you're just kind of going after the young hotshot that hasn't gotten that job yet, that you're hoping you just find something with. And that's what the Ravens are hoping for, right? I mean, that's pretty much what it is. So, like, again, usually with these veteran teams, you kind of want to either keep somebody within the system that's worked with the quarterback, or you want to bring in a proven guy or something like that. They're taking a stab. From what I've been reading and, you know, seeing videos of, it all kind of looks good. It looks like Lamar's under center a lot, which I absolutely love. And Gabe, I'm going to be honest with you. I think the Ravens are probably the easiest team in the NFL to call plays for because of just how lethal their running attack can be when they commit to it with the combo of Lamar and Derrick Henry. So I think Doyle will be fine. I'm really not as concerned about him as I am with other people. I'm just worried about like this team getting off to a little bit of a slow start. And then, you know, it starts to pile on Jesse Minter and maybe wears down on him because as a young coach, when you take a job like that, where the expectations are to win a Super Bowl, you want to get off to a hot start. And if they struggle or, you know, people start saying, see, you shouldn't have fired Harbaugh, like you should have stuck with him and all this stuff, it's just going to be bad. So I'm hoping they get off to a good start, but I think Minter's going to be the real deal. I think their defense is going to be much improved. I think the offense is going to be great. And I'm excited. I'm excited.
It's funny to hear someone say that the Ravens defense is going to be much improved, right? That's like a
crazy,
weird
right?
statement when it's crazy to say that.
It is.
But I think
St. Ray Lewis defenses anymore.
Yeah, you're right. It sure is. But I think my concern comes in, you know, fourth quarter, down 4, 5 minutes left to go, you know, or up 4 with 5 minutes left to go and you have the ball. Like I agree. The Ravens should be putting up points, and that should be like a video game, like, you know, feeling when you're calling plays for them. But inevitably there's going to come those tough moments. And, you know, whether it was Ben Johnson or any first-year coach for that matter, you're going to inevitably deal with bumps and bruises along the way. And so you just hope that those don't come at the most inopportune times for the Ravens and costly moments, because he hasn't done that before, or he makes the wrong decision in a moment because there's just too much whatever that might be in that moment, whether it's arrogance or caution, you know, whatever that might be. So those are the moments that you know are going to happen, and you just hope they're not damning. But to say that Declan Doyle, a first-year offensive coordinator, is going to be lifting up the Lombardi trophy at the end of the season because of how great he was, the probability of that is just he might be like Lou Getsy that gets fired, you know, like a couple weeks into the season, you know what I mean? Because he's not doing well enough. Right. If there was a list of or odds, if BetMGM had odds, who's gonna get fired? What offensive coordinator is gonna get fired first? He'd be top 7 for sure.
Oh, the pressure is definitely on. I don't think he's going to get fired, though. I mean, you know, Minter is a first-year coach. Like, he brought him in. They probably knew there's going to be some growing pains. You do bring up a great point, though, about the fourth quarter. that's going to be the biggest thing for Jesse Minter is the Ravens under Harbaugh were so good at getting the lead going into the second half. They were so good at getting the lead going into the fourth quarter, but they blew a ton of leads and they blew a ton of games. And that's what Minter is going to have to fix, and I think a big part of that will be his defense will have to close out games. Doyle and the offense are going to figure out how to ice games as well. But that's going to be a huge part of the new coaching staff as well and what they're going to try to do. Before we go to break, there's a name I want to throw out to you and the audience that I want you to remember for your fantasy leagues or player props or like all these, touchdown props earlier in the season. Gabe, this guy, Jacoby Lane, the rookie wide receiver out of USC, is all anybody wants to talk about at Ravens camp. All anybody wants to talk about. Kay Adams was doing her show today at Baltimore. Man, you should have heard Derrick Henry talk about this kid. He's like, Jacoby Lane, he's like, I like that guy. He was talking about Jacoby Lane like I would talk about Margot Robbie. I mean, he was head over heels. He was falling in love, Gabe. He couldn't believe it. I was like, wow.
DJ, you hilarious, bro.
I mean, Derek's been doing this a long time. Like, these guys know. Like, they know when a guy's good. So, Jacoby Lane, Zay just got the bag. Okay. People will take Bateman again for the 7th straight year. But that's your deep sleeper. That's my gift to you, Jacoby Lane. You remember that one, all right?
Round 6, here I come.
Jacoby Lane. That's the guy going to win people a lot of leagues this year, those deep sleeper leagues. That's the guy. All right, we're going to take a quick timeout. We come back, play a little hot or cold. BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez, Westwood One Sports.
I think the SEC and the Big Ten had a good reason to stand foot on not pulling together TV media rights because the viewership numbers are totally different in the Big Ten and the SEC than they are anywhere else in college football. But that's a topic for another day. Just to give you a rundown, right now, the House versus NCAA Act that passed 2 summers ago set the revenue sharing cap at $21.3 million. We've drastically exceeded that. In football alone, the highest paid roster per reporting is Texas at about $48.5 million this coming up year. That cap will be raised under this new bill, Save College Sports, from $21.3 million to $48.8 million, more than doubling the amount of money you can actually give out of the revenue sharing cap. However, they are going to have much more stern NIL processes. In other words, and I said this on our show in layman's terms, pay for play is no more. You're going to be able to give them a portion of the revenue sharing cap and a larger portion of that. However, these deals that you sign outside of the revenue sharing is actually going to have to be legitimized. Okay. It's going to have to pass through whatever governing body that they have. It's going to get actually filtered through. You're not going to be able to have some local car dealership who has a multi-million-dollar owner who happens to be a big fan of your football program give your defensive tackle $800,000. Like, that's not what this is going to be moving forward. Believe it or not, that's what we have currently. Right now, we just have these massive boosters that just say, I want to give that guy $900,000 and label it name, image, and likeness. No, it is not. That is not legitimate marketing. You're not getting a return on investment on that. That's money laundering. That's money washing is what that looks like right now. That's the current stature that we have in college football. This should alleviate some of that and bring legitimacy to how we are paying athletes and at least some transparency as well. By the way, if this gets voted on, Ross Dellinger reports that it's going to get the required votes. The required votes is 60. There's rumors that they're going to be north of 80 in terms of approval on the Senate floor. It's also going to bring a one-time transfer rule back to college football, which I think would be the saving grace for this sport, because the constituents that I talk to down here in the South and around in college football, I can't tell you how many times, guys, I hear the words like, or some verbiage of, man, this isn't the college football that I grew up on. I have no idea who my football team is. Every year I wake up, we got 70 new football players. What the heck is this? This should alleviate a lot of that. There's a lot of football players that I go through where it's like Darian Mensah, for example, started at Tulane, went to Duke, now is at Miami. He's gone to 3 schools. There's a lot of athletes that go 4 over 4. They transfer to 4 different schools. They're just highest bidder every offseason. Where can I transfer and get some more money? We're going to cut that down a lot if this passes, because after you get the one free ride, and then after that, you got to sit out a year if you want to leave your ultimate program. So I think that should help some of this poaching as well, because if you've already made one move and I want to bring you onto my roster, I'm not going to do so if you've got to sit out for a year, right? The Duke and Miami thing probably wouldn't have happened under this current stature, because I'm not going to go poach Darian Mensah off Duke's roster if he's got to sit for 12 months when he gets here. I need him to play now. So they'll go find somebody who actually can play now. They're also going to implement a 5-year eligibility rule, 5 to play 5. Pretty simple. Once you turn 19, once you enroll in college, you have 5 years to play 5 years of football. No more red shirts, no more medicals, no more none of that. We're not going to have these 7-year seniors playing college football. I think that's pretty good, and college athletics in general. Also, a ban on professional athletes returning to college football or returning to college athletics. This is a big thing in college basketball. Seen a lot of G leaguers coming back to NCAA basketball. That's nonsense. I'm not here for that. Once you sign a professional contract, buddy, you have the die has been cast. It is no longer time for you to come back to college. I think it's also important for player protection purposes that they're trying to establish an agency registry. Man, we've got some absolute crooks and criminals right now representing these athletes. I'm going to put that in air quote, representing these athletes. Some of these agents are taking somewhere of like 20% cut off these kids. And God only knows how qualified these agents actually are, because there is no registry pool right now. So they're trying to establish an agent registry while also capping agents' take at 5%. I think that's good for the protection of athletes.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez back here with you. A couple segments left to go here on a Wednesday night on Westwood One Sports. We're going to do show regular here in the final hour, a little hot or cold to keep things rolling on. Our producer, Brandon Combs, has come up with a couple of topics that Gabe and I will say if we're hot or if we are cold on said topics. So, Brandon, without further ado, what are some of the topics we have tonight for hot or cold?
All right, we're going to start right in the NFL, and we're going to start with those Green Bay Packers, Gabe. The Green Bay Packers will draft Jordan Love's replacement after this season. Hot or cold, Gabe?
And I just want to remember this. Hot take is I agree with it. Cold take is I disagree with it, right?
Correct.
All right.
Correct.
I'm going to say his replacement, that's a cold take. Or will they draft a quarterback? Sure, I could see that, where they would want to get someone there, and obviously have Tyrod Taylor supplanting Malik Willis in the present. But I'm sure they're thinking to themselves, we can get journeyman quarterbacks, or we can find someone that at least can, learn the offense. Maybe we can coach them into that position. So yeah, but in terms of wasting, and I would say it would be a waste if they did that. Similar to how I guess it wasn't a waste and they did it to Aaron Rodgers, but similarly, like you would want to continue to build a team around Jordan Love, as opposed to thinking that you're going to find something significantly better. Because that's ultimately what you would want if you're the Packers, is to replace him with somebody that's significantly better. And I don't know if you'd be able to find that at that point.
Yeah, I'm with Gabe here. I think it's cold. I think the Packers could draft a quarterback next year for sure, maybe in like the 4th, 5th, 6th round, somewhere in that range. But to do that in the first round when you still got Love for 2 more years under the contract, I understand Green Bay, like Gabe was saying, did this with Aaron Rodgers when they drafted Jordan Love, and it was a bit of a surprise. But they need more help on that offense. They could upgrade their offensive line. We'll see how the receiving core performs this year, but they could maybe use more draft capital on that position. They love drafting defensive players in the first round, so maybe they try to bolster one of their position groups on that end, but I just don't see it. I could see them maybe moving off of Jordan Love after the contract's over if he has a disappointing next couple of years, but drafting his replacement next year, I can't get there. I think that's cold.
I just think it makes the most sense when you're looking at a quarterback whose contract is up at the end of 2028. And when you're looking at a quarterback who you watch the Green Bay Packers, and when you watch them, people are like, oh, they don't unleash Jordan Love. They run the ball too much. They don't do it. It feels like Matt LaFleur does not trust Jordan Love to not make big mistakes in the fourth quarter. He doesn't trust him to not throw the interception that's going to cost them the game. And I do think with as deep as this draft class is, this quarterback draft class is extremely deep. We talked to Pete Futak yesterday. He was saying it's 15 quarterbacks deep. That's how deep this draft class is. I just think, and it might not be in the first round. It might be in the second round. I think they're going to take one of these guys. It might be a CJ Carr type. It might be one of these guys who you don't see coming yet. Might be the kid out of Wisconsin. Might be the kid out of Minnesota that Pete was talking about. I couldn't even tell you his name. But I think they're going to draft Jordan Love's replacement, and I think they're going to start the process. And I don't think Jordan Love is getting extended past 2028, short of if he wins a Super Bowl, it'd be a different story. I don't think that's happening for Jordan Love. I don't think that's happening for the Green Bay Packers, and I think they're going to move on from him.
All
right.
You will see.
The Minnesota Vikings will win the NFC North this season. PJ, hot or cold?
Talking about Minnesota with Gabe, I know you feel like they're a sleeper as well in this division, Brandon. I could see it. Like, I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it's I think it could be worth placing some money on Minnesota to win the division. I do think it ends up being Detroit, though, because I just do think that schedule's easy, man. I really do. Like, I think Detroit's looking at 11 wins this year. And while Chicago could maybe post 12 or 13, or maybe Minnesota could even do it, we talked about Green Bay. I don't think they can do it. I just kind of think they're either like 8 or 10 win kind of team. But I think Minnesota could have that upside. Again, we saw do it with Sam Darnold not too long ago. So they could win that division. I'll say cold. I'll still go with the Lions. But I think Minnesota's intriguing, man. I think that Kyler Murray and KOC marriage could be a pretty good one.
There's a world where the Detroit Lions do not win a divisional game this upcoming season. There's a world that exists where the Packers actually figure out their offense and are outscoring teams, where the Bears assume in dominance over the Lions with whatever they're supposed to be doing in terms of getting better with their coaching and their offense. And where the Minnesota Vikings, because they do have a good defense and they do have Kyler Murray now under center, win their games as well. Like, so there is a world. Is it likely? Maybe not. You can make the argument. Easy one for sure. But there is a world in which they don't do that. And so when I look at the Minnesota Vikings, I mean, this is a team, let's not forget, with Sam Darnold, they felt that they were good enough to let him walk. And they thought that the QB position was so manageable that they let J.J. McCarthy take the reins. And so when you put a guy like Kyler Murray there, I don't think Kyler Murray's a world beater. I don't think he makes the greatest decisions. But, we talked about it with a lot of players. There's growth that needs to happen. And when you're put in listen, we saw what happened with Daniel Jones. Like, we see what happens when people come across, couldn't do it with J.J. McCarthy, but saw it when you have professional quarterbacks come across KOC. And I think Kyler Murray, what KOC's going to do differently is KOC's going to look at Kyler Murray and be like, oh, okay, I know what to do here, right? As opposed to being like, this is my offense, like Jonathan Gannon might have done, right? I'm going to make you do what I want you to do. Trust me, you can do this. No, the KOC's going to be like, I might need to run some more, RPOs with Kyler Murray. But he's going to get the most out of it. And they have a solid running back. Obviously, the offense is good. We already talked about what they can do. they themselves, when you're talking about schedules, have one as well where, maybe their variance is a little bit more, PJ Brandon. Maybe their variance is a little bit more. Maybe it could be like an 11 or a 7, right? And they talk about that in the NFL when they're doing schedules and rankings at the beginning of the season. Like that could be their gap. So I think it's a hot take. I think it could happen. I think it's more likely that they win it than the Packers or the Lions. I think it's to be Bears, then the Vikings. I'm talking about who will win it. The Bears, then the Vikings, because I think if they do win it, they'll be like some crazy scenario. The Packers, because they'll just be the Packers, and then the Lions at the that'd be my last one.
Yeah, look, I think it's a 2-team race. I agree with you. I think it's either the Bears or the Vikings that are winning this division. And I've gone back and forth on the Vikings. I don't believe in the Packers, and I don't believe in the Lions. But this Vikings team with Kevin O'Connell, look, last year with J.J. McCarthy and Max Brosmer making 2 starts, and then the corpse of Carson Wentz making 5 starts, they found a way to win 9 football games. I find it hard to believe that Kevin O'Connell is not going to be able to find a way to win 10 or 11 games with Kyler Murray. Like the wide receiver core, as you said, world beaters. Those guys are difference makers. Those guys are money. You look at their running back, you look at their offensive line, they are pretty damn good. And they can get after the passer too on the defensive line with Minnesota. So this is the one team I think, and I've gone back and forth on this over the last couple of weeks, this is the one team that I think can give the Bears fits in the NFC North. All right. The Rams will be a disappointment this season. Hot or cold, Gabe?
That is a freezing cold take. Ice cold like Caleb Williams. A disappointment. I mean, it depends on what your expectations are. If your expectations are Super Bowl or bust, then potentially. But if your expectations are to watch a team win double-digit games, have some exciting victories throughout a season, win a playoff game or 2, then that is not going to be disappointing for you. But yeah, no, I think overall, listen, the Rams made a fantastic run last year, right? When you simplify an offense, we talked about it a lot, right? We're leaning on Kyron Williams, leaning on the run game, leaning on Matthew Stafford to execute third and short, taking chances when you find your opportunities. They figured that part out pretty well. And now when you add the defensive side, I mean, come on. It's like almost like the Dodgers. What's going on in California? What's going on with the water over there? They got something going on over there? What do you think, PJ?
I think the Rams will be a disappointment this season. I think it's hot because I think it is Super Bowl or bust. I mean, they're the big favorites to win it. And you trade for Trent McDuffie, you trade for Miles, like they are all in, baby. I mean, they are like, I think Ravens and Bills fans probably feel like at this point too, their seasons are kind of Super Bowl or bust, but they would be happy to get to the big game. Like the Rams are really the only team in the NFL truly that you can look at and you say anything short of winning a Super Bowl is a disappointment. Like I totally think that's fair with all the chips they're pushing into the middle of the table, all the moves they made this offseason. Like they are all in as all in can be. And because of that, I think it's a disappointment, man. I really do. So there are a few teams in sports like the Dodgers, the Rams, OKC, San Antonio. Those 4 of the big 4, I think jump out right away. If they don't win the title, it's a disappointment. So I'm going to say hot. I think it would be for the Rams.
Yeah, look, I think everybody's expecting Super Bowl for the Los Angeles Rams. But here's the thing. Look, this defense is going to be really good, and especially if they get Aaron Donald back. And if Aaron Donald's even 60% of what Aaron Donald used to be, he's still one of the best defensive players in the National Football League. I get all that. But you don't know what Puka Nacua you're going to get. Look, on the field, Puka Nacua is phenomenal. He's got a lot of off-the-field issues right now. And we don't know how, we don't even know if he's going to end up getting suspended. We don't know what's going to happen with Puka Nacua. Beyond that, you've got an aging Devontae Adams, and then you got Jordan Whittington as your number 3 wide receiver. Kyron Williams looks good most of the time. Sometimes he's meh. Behind him, you got Blake Corum. Hasn't been great in the NFL. But my biggest problem is you got Matthew Stafford getting older and older and older, and he's got a bad back. And I got to tell you, as a guy who's 45 that hurts to get out of bed, your bad back does not get better with age. And behind him, you've got Ty Simpson and Stetson Bennett. Like, they are literally one injury to their quarterback away from being a football team that's going to be picking in the top 5 of the draft. Like, this team is going to end up being a disappointment. I know people love this defense, and this defense might be otherworldly good. And if they stay completely healthy and Puka Nacua doesn't end up in prison or something else, like, this team could win a Super Bowl. But I just think in reality, when you start looking at injuries piling up, things you're playing in the NFL, you're going to get hit. You have a bad back, and you've got a quarterback who's turning 40. I think this is a recipe for disaster for the Los Angeles Rams because they did not get a legit backup for Matthew Stafford.
It's a good point. They're really relying on Stafford to stay healthy again this season and put up some big numbers for the Rams. All right, we're going to take a timeout here. BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez, Brandon Combs, Westwood One Sports. We wrap up the show on the other side.
Can I also address what I think is an odd dynamic amongst baseball fans now that Scooble is in LA? I have seen, and I am on plenty of group chats with friends who are hardcore baseball fans. I have a friend who has like 5 fantasy baseball teams, and he's texting me about guys at AAA for other organizations. And I'm like, dude, I have no idea who you're talking about. I'm sorry. I appreciate the fact that you love it that much. I ain't there. But these people are saying, man, I can't wait to see someone get the Dodgers in October. Man, I'd love to see a Tampa-Milwaukee World Series. And I'll tell you right now, that's the last thing I want as a baseball fan. Look, would it be cool to have the Rays and the Brewers meet in the World Series? Yes. Would I get just the slightest little giggle at the Dodgers doing everything they've done and not even getting back to the World Series? Yes. Schadenfreude is a very strong emotion. But I'll tell you what I'm actually rooting for. And not rooting for like I got my blue and white pom-poms out. But rooting for in that I think it's what's best for the business of baseball. I want the Dodgers to go on an absolute tear. I want them to rip baseball to shreds down the stretch and then get to October and win 11 straight games, 10-0. I want the Dodgers to be an absolute behemoth in October and to crush everyone in their path so that we can all wake up in November, December, January and say, We told you so. We told you this is what was going to happen. We told you that if you continued to let the Dodgers run roughshod both financially over baseball and in getting to do whatever they want in acquiring Tarek Skubal, we told you this was going to happen. It is not a level playing field. Because what will happen if we don't get the Dodgers winning a third consecutive World Series and we do get that magical matchup between, say, I don't know, Tampa and Milwaukee, or I don't know, the White Sox go on a magical run. Sorry, Kenny. Yeah, that'd be a fun story. But no, I want the Yankees. I want the Dodgers. I want the two big money teams, or two of the big money teams, including the biggest. I want them there at the end of October.
The conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
DJ Glasser, Gabe Ramirez, BetMGM Tonight. We're wrapping up the show. Westwood One Sports Night coming up after us from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. Eastern Time. Currently going on right now, Major League Baseball. Cardinals up 3-1 on the Yankees. Tigers and Mariners are scoreless in the fifth. Diamondbacks up 2-0 on the Padres in the bottom of the fourth in a pivotal game there in the NL wildcard standings. Earlier today in the MLB, Royals over the Twins 2-1. Brewers 4-2 over the Pirates. Braves 4-1 over the Marlins. Red Sox 4-0 over the White Sox. The Nats beat the Phillies in extras 10-4. Mets beat the Guardians 6-5 in extras. Reds 3-2 over the A's. Rays 4-0 over the Rockies. Rangers 6-0 over the Giants. Cubbies 7-6 over the Dodgers. And the Orioles a 5-2 winner over the Angels. That's what we got going on in Major League Baseball.
I need some Seattle Mariner action to happen. If we really want to have a great night today, gentlemen, we need Seattle to come through on the parlay that I have rolling right now. For those of you out there that are listening, that you hear all day long on BetMGM, don't parlay. Bah humbug. It's your money. You do what you want. And if you love the parlays, I'm your guy. I'm sitting on a 1, 2, 3, 4-legger right now. And I'm just waiting for the Mariners to handle some business. And then I can go to sleep a happy man. And my kids can eat breakfast in the morning, PJ.
Gotta feed the kids. What's their go-to? Are you you're a cereal family, aren't you? They like the Frosted Flakes, the Cheerios, all that.
No, I can't get down. They get that once a week. You know, they'll pick their one day that they can get their cereal, but they're typically a pancakes and sausage. That's what they eat the majority of the time. The days is pancakes and sausage. We get these little mini, dollar pancakes, the little small one, size of a silver dollar. And we'll get a bunch of those, and so they eat that with that. And then I rotate. Lately, my one daughter didn't like eggs, which is made parenting extremely difficult. But then I introduced the shredded cheese into the eggs, and this is all within like the last 2 weeks. And mind you, my daughter's 6, by the way. So I've just introduced the shredded cheese into the eggs, which I don't like. I don't like melted cheese. I don't like grilled cheese sandwiches, nor do I like melted cheese in my eggs. But I like cheese on my burger. Just follow me. And so I did it for my daughter. Now she's been eating it. Like today, she had it 2 days in a row. It's weird because she hasn't eaten it her whole life. So yeah, eggs, pancake sausage, and then once a week they'll get the cereal. Lucky Charms is their go-to, by the way. What do you have the most of in your cupboard there? I know you're a cereal guy. No kids?
I am a cereal guy. I mix it up between cereal and oatmeal. Those are the two I go back and forth. So I'm either like mini wheats usually or Honey Nut Cheerios for cereal, and then for oatmeal, like some brown cinnamon sugar for the most part is my.
All right, but let's be adults here, PJ, and talk. I'm talking about 8, 9 o'clock at night when what I'm saying, it's late night. I got Netflix on and you just want a bowl of cereal. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, I got you. That would be probably Captain Crunch, I would say. Captain Crunch.
Okay. Now we're getting
Ooh, man, that Captain Crunch doing me dirty. That one or Cookie Crisp is another great one. I mean, Lucky Charms is solid too. Cookie Crisp,
I can crush and I've definitely done this. And I'm ashamed to say it out loud, but I could definitely crush like a box of cereal in a sitting. And I've definitely done that with apple cinnamon Cheerios and frosted Cheerios. I've definitely destroyed a whole box of those. The roof of my mouth was tore up afterwards, just like yours with Captain Crunch. But
oh man, the teeth were grinding. Absolutely. Yeah. Apple cinnamon. Interesting. Are you an Apple Jacks guy?
Love Apple Jacks. Sign me up for the Apple Jacks. But I eat all cereals, you know what I'm saying? Corn Pops, I'm in there. Honey Smacks or Smack. My grandma used to make, she's Cuban, my longer story side. But she would do it was called trigo in Spanish. And it was like you would take the Honey Smacks, but the more bootleg version was the Popeye cereal. Okay, so the Popeye cereal looks like Honey Smacks, but without the intense amount of sugar. So you take that, so it's like a wheat. You put sugar in there with like a banana and some milk. She would make that. That was fire. Now that was a drink that takes me back. That's
Do you ever throw any fruit in your cereal? Like, will you ever throw some banana in there, like blueberries, or you don't mess around with that?
My wife is half black, half white, and her white mom put, they do, and they put me onto the bananas in the cereal. I never did that growing up.
Good.
That wasn't my jam.
Yeah.
I don't know if we had excess bananas to just casually throw inside of our cereal, but it has to be the right cereal though. Like it has to be Frosted Flakes with some bananas. Like you can't just throw it into any cereal. What about you?
I agree. It depends on the type of cereal. I love throwing it in my oatmeal, to be honest with you. I think it goes great with oatmeal. So I like doing that.
Is my jam. Frozen blueberries in the oatmeal is my jam.
Ooh, frozen blueberries, Gabe. That's a great call. What's your favorite kind of fruit?
That's a good one. I like a black plum.
A black plum. You could have given me 50 guesses. I don't ever know if I would have gone with a plum. What a pull that is. Mine, I think, is cantaloupe would be mine, I think.
Okay.
Love cantaloupe.
So when you see the orange and when you see the orange and the green and the fruit platter, you know exactly which one you're going towards.
Just give that to Peach over here. I'll take that one. Just leave that for me. Absolutely. Love cantaloupe, love blueberries, love watermelon. Yeah, man.
Blueberries and whipped cream is super underrated. People don't know how good that is.
Blueberries and whipped cream. Okay.
Bro.
Hey, this was awesome. It's great seeing you again.
Yes, it was.
Great doing a show.
Always.
A lot of fun, man. A lot of fun. We'll see you guys next time. I'll be back on Friday with Pete Futek. We'll see you then. But up next, you got Westwood One Sports Night, 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. For Gabe Ramirez, I'm PJ Glasser. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Have a great rest of your night.
How many wide receivers can you name that you'd be more comfortable with than Zay Flowers? And I can rattle off at least 15. And again, this isn't a knock against Zay Flowers. All the names I'm about to rattle off are very good wide receivers. Chase, Nakua, JSN, St. Brown, CD, the aforementioned Justin Jefferson, Drake London, Nico Collins, George Pickens, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Chris Olave, T. Higgins, Malik Neighbors, Tet McMillan. I'd probably put, I'm a huge Emeka Egbuka fan. I'd probably put him ahead of Zay Flowers. I know some people would argue with me on that. I'm fine with it. Devontae Adams. I mean, I just rattled off close to 15 names, if not more. Zay Flowers is a good, very good at times wide receiver, and they needed to keep him in Baltimore. But he is not a top 5 nor even top 10 wide receiver in this league, and he's going to be paid like one probably throughout the term of this contract.
I think we have seen through a couple of practices that Brock Purdy and Mike Evans have it. Now, does that translate to the NFL regular season? Obviously, time will tell. And if Evans can't stay healthy, then, so what? But through 4 or 5 days of practice, we have seen Brock Purdy and Mike Evans connect on multiple deep balls towards the sideline, over the middle. Outside of rookie Dejon Stribling, Evans has been Purdy's favorite target. He gives him a chance to go up and get the football, and really, kind of like how Baker Mayfield did the last couple of years in Tampa Bay, just gives his Hall of Fame wide receiver a chance to catch the football. And I think for Niner fans, you see that and hear that after having to watch Kendrick Bourne and a hindered Juwan Jennings and an injured Ricky Pearsall and Malik Turner take snaps in the playoff game in Philadelphia, that is a sight for sore eyes.